Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Bryn Voix, professor and department head for the Department of Nutrition in the College of Education, Health, and Human Sciences. On behalf of the University of Tennessee and the Department of Nutrition faculty and staff, I would like to welcome you to Promoting Healthy Weight 3.0. Today's topic will focus on adverse childhood experiences and their effect on health outcomes. This event is sponsored by the Department of Nutrition and, in part, the Health Resources and Services Administration's Maternal and Child Health Bureau. For this colloquium, we are honored to have a group of researchers and practitioners from different fields share their findings, experiences, and hopes for the future. The goal of today's presentations is to provide family and community members, students, researchers, and practitioners with up-to-date and relevant information from experts in the field on promoting healthy weight through addressing adverse childhood experiences. Today's colloquium will begin with a presentation from Jennifer Trail, Assistant Director of the Office of Strategic Initiatives at the Tennessee Department of Health. Her presentation is entitled, "The Role of Life Experience in Shaping Brain Development." Our next presenter, Ingrid Cochran, is a CEO at PACES Connection and owner of Cochran Consulting. Her presentation is entitled Systemic Approach to Addressing Adverse Childhood Experiences and Trauma. Then Dr. Chang Soo Russell and Dr. Luke Russell, professors in the Department of Human Development and Family Science at Illinois State University, will discuss promoting family resilience and flourishing in diverse and challenging contexts. Next, Sarah Mertz, founder of ACE's Resilience in Wake County Initiative, will discuss building resilience, food insecurity as an adverse childhood experience, and how to provide trauma-informed care. We will conclude the colloquium with a panel of food system experts discussing local trauma-informed solutions to reduce adverse childhood experiences. Again, welcome to Promoting Healthy Weight 3.0. Now we'll turn this over to Dr. Marcia Spence. Enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Voix. I'm delighted to welcome everyone here today. We have such a great colloquium. I'd like to thank the Maternal and Child Health Leadership Team who helped plan this. First, Katie Bell, who graduated in August. Congratulations, Katie. Next, Candace Sapp, Emily Watovich, and two new funded trainees, Emily Holloway and Jada Jefferson, and the lead MCH trainee, Alex Gardner, for all the hard work in putting this together. I'd also like to thank our local advisory committee, Drs. Betsy Anderson-Steves, Kathy Brown, Christina Barosa, Carol Myers, Sarah Colby, and Katie Kavanaugh, as well as Ms. Liliana Bubana. Lastly, I'd like to thank our National Advisory Committee. I thought there was going to be a nice slide behind me, but some technical difficulties, but it will appear at some point today with all the names of our National Advisory Committee too. Their input was invaluable in putting this colloquium together and providing us some names of potential speakers. So I really would like to thank you all. Now I'm going to turn it over to Alex for some logistics. Thank you and enjoy the colloquium.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Gardner, and I use she, her pronouns. I am a maternal and child health nutrition trainee and a master's of public health student here at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Welcome to the Fall 2022 Promoting Healthy Weight 3.0 colloquium. For this colloquium, we are going to be discussing adverse childhood experiences. And now this is a very sensitive topic, and because adverse childhood experiences impact the health of overall well-being of individuals, families, and communities throughout the lifespan, it's really important that we address this topic. We acknowledge that some of the topics that we will be discussing will be triggering for some of our audience members as well as our panelists. We will be dropping a PDF of resource guide in the chat for anyone to reference throughout the the colloquium. In this guide, you can find local and national resources that are available to you to help navigate traumatic experiences and triggered emotions. You will also find definitions of terms like adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs as it's abbreviated, and other terminology that will help everyone fully participate in today's event. I'm also going to be sharing, let's see, right here, this website for everyone. If you feel the need to visit this website, vetoviolence.cdc.gov, it has immediate resources for you should you need them. Now, as a perinatal and infant healthcare provider, I am very excited to gain invaluable knowledge and tools today to help better serve my population that I work with. And while I have not experienced many of the adverse childhood experiences that are being discussed today, I believe the information that will be shared today is relevant to our entire audience, regardless of background and regardless of lived experiences. Our speakers and our panelists come from a variety of educational backgrounds, professional expertise, and lived experiences. They will share different policy, programmatic, research, and grassroots solutions to reduce the prevalence of adverse childhood experiences, especially around food security and nutrition, and support individuals and communities through the subsequent trauma of these experiences. I really hope that all of our viewers today are able to increase their knowledge about adverse childhood experiences and identify actionable ways to improve maternal and child well-being in their work and community. As far as logistics go, we have enabled live transcripts. So if you or any of the viewers or panelists need to see closed captioning, you'll be prompted on your Zoom screen as seen in the picture here to opt into these services. The chat and Q&A function have also been enabled to increase audience participation with speakers and event hosts. We ask that you use the chat function for any technical and administrative questions, and reserve the Q&A box for questions for the speakers and panelists. The agenda for today's colloquia can be found at the link in the chat and on the first page of the resource guide. If you have any questions, again, put those in the Q&A box and reference the agenda. We will have a short 15-minute break from 2:45 to 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Now, with that in mind, I would love to introduce our first speaker, Jennifer Trejo. Jennifer is a licensed advanced practice social worker with a master's in social work from the University of Tennessee. As the Assistant Director of the Office of Strategic Initiatives at the Tennessee Department of Health, Jen guides a long-term strategic vision for Tennessee's county's health councils. This promotes community resilience. Previously, Jen served as the Metro Public Health Department, where she was the coordinator for the ACE Nashville, a collective impact initiative focused on the prevention and mitigation of adverse childhood experiences. Her work includes experiences related to public health administration, nonprofit management, child abuse prevention, and community organization. So without further ado, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Alex. And I want to say thank you to the organizers for designing this colloquium around this really important topic. While I work on sharing my screen, I'm going to assume all is good there. Hold on one second. There we go. I also want to thank the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth for putting these slides that I'm sharing today together as a way to develop a common language of how we talk about ACEs in the state of Tennessee. And so they've asked me to come and just provide a fairly brief introduction about what adverse childhood experiences are and some of the science behind that to kick us off, and so that you can build on that knowledge as you listen to the other speakers today. So in order to understand ACEs and the science behind it, we do have to talk a little bit about brain development. and how life experiences shape brain development throughout the lifespan. But let's start here. The overarching message from the science is very clear. How children develop early in life matters later for them, and it matters for all of us. This is not just an opinion. This is not just Jen speaking. It comes from neuroscience. It comes from molecular biology, from genetics, from behavioral and social science, and even from economic analysis of human capital development, right? And what all these sciences tell us is that healthy development in the very early years of life means that kids will be more successful in school, and as adults, they'll be more productive contributors to the economy, more responsible participants in their communities, and ultimately lead healthier, longer lives. These are the pillars of what hold up the successful parenting of the next generation and ultimately result in strong communities and healthy economies. But let's get into the brain science, okay? We often talk about, there we go. When we're talking about the brain, a metaphor we like to use is talking about the building of a house. So many times, most of the time, the first thing you do when you're going to build a house is lay the foundation, right? And some symptoms of a poorly laid foundation later on as the years go on might be cracks in the drywall, some floors that aren't level, some roofing issues. And just like building a house, the earliest years of life lay the foundation for all future brain development, right? So if a foundation is laid poorly, we might see symptoms like addiction, disease, academic issues, and so on that develop later in life. Also, like the construction of a home, the building process happens in a predictable sequence from bottom to top. And, to further extend this metaphor, building a house requires all sorts of skill sets like plumbers, electricians, framers, and so on. And similarly, solid construction of a brain is very dependent on high quality early childcare providers, medical professionals, other adults besides just the parents or immediate caregivers in a child's life, right? So they do say it takes a village to raise a child. A strong foundation in the early years of life increases that probability of positive outcomes. A weak foundation increases the odds of later difficulties. And getting things right the first time is often easier than trying to fix them later. But that doesn't mean they can't be fixed later. More on that in a minute. Shown here is the neural activity that kind of takes place in the first 3 years of a child's life. In fact, in the first few years of life, there are about 1 million new neural connections that form every single second, which means every second counts for brain development. There is a lot going on in those early years. And having a major impact on those neural connections is what we call serve and return interactions. Okay, these are kind of, when a child naturally reaches out by maybe they're crying or just making a facial expression or babbling goo goo gaga. And then an adult that is present is responding in kind. Usually it's like, it's just pretty basic, pretty simple, right? So for example, both of my kids, when they were about 10 months old, before they could talk, they knew that if they moved their hands around in a wheel motion like this, that I would respond by singing "The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round." And that was the game. They would clap, and then they'd do it again, and it'd go back and forth, kind of like a game of tennis or ping pong. That back and forth interaction, so simple, but so essential for the development of healthy brain circuits and building that strong foundation that can lead to increasingly complex skill building, like air traffic control. Air traffic control refers to those executive function parts of the brain that help us multitask, that help us regulate our emotions, to set goals and make plans, revise those plans, and resist hasty decision-making, right? We are not born with these skills. They develop over time. And so these skills, though, are foundational to the ability to learn and therefore to later achievement. They're pretty key in laying that foundation for school readiness, as well as outcomes in health and employability. So this, I want to talk a little bit about how toxic stress derails the development of executive functioning. This image that you're seeing right here is a PET scan of 2 3-year-old brains, okay? The one on, and PET scans, by the way, measure brain activity. On the left here, you see the brain of a typically developing child. So there's lots of colors and activity happening, and that's what signifies the activity, right? All the colors. Circled there, you see the temporal lobes, which play a major part in helping us regulate our emotions. And I'll segue for a minute to, if you were around in the 90s, I'm feeling old now because I think maybe there are probably some people here that weren't around in the 90s, or at least were very small. If you were around, you might remember some news reports that talked a lot about Romanian orphanages and the very harsh overcrowding conditions, reports of abuse and neglect, reports of sometimes how a child's only interaction with an adult would be when someone would come by, prop the bottle up in their mouth, and then walk away. It was a major deal back when it happened. And very little serve and return interaction happening, right? So on the right here, you see the brain of a 3-year-old child from one of those Romanian orphanages. So you can see there are lots of black and blue reflecting low neural activity, particularly in those temporal lobes, again, which help us regulate our emotions and receive input from the senses. So you can see the effects there that extreme neglect had on this brain. And this is to illustrate pretty extreme neglect. The good news is that early intervention may address and reverse those effects. And in fact, in the case of many of those Romanian orphans, when they had early intervention and effective, appropriate intervention, they were able to reverse many of those effects, and many of them are well-functioning adults today. This is an extreme example, but it's really meant to illustrate the impacts of that extreme neglect. So not all stress is bad, right? Learning how to cope with adversity is pretty important to developing in childhood. There is a physiological response in the body to any kind of stress, right? So when we're threatened, our bodies go into that fight or flight mode. They prepare us to respond to that threat by increasing our heart rate, our blood pressure, releasing those stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline, right? In this slide, you see here on the left, the example of the physiological response to a positive stressful event. So maybe a child is getting a vaccine or it's their first day of school, but you can see, especially in the presence of a safe, stable, nurturing adult that can help buffer those physiological stress responses of the body and the brain, they come back down to baseline. It might peak a little bit and then it comes back down fairly quickly. In the middle there represents a tolerable stressful event. So something more serious could be the loss of a loved one or a broken bone, where again, you see the body's physiological response kind of peak there, and it takes a little more time, but still in the presence of a safe, stable, and nurturing caregiver who can buffer that response, it does eventually make its way down without any lasting or damaging effects. However, if the stress response is extreme and long lasting, and there are no buffering relationships available to the child, and they're experiencing prolonged adversity, like prolonged abuse, exposure to violence, things like that, the body responds to the threat with those physiological responses, and it stays there. And you can see how over time that increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, those stress hormones that get released over time can cause a whole lot of damage. So all that to finally bring us into information around the study on adverse childhood experiences, the original study. This was conducted in the 90s by Kaiser Permanente and the CDC. I think very relevant to this audience is that the original ACE study was started in an obesity clinic because the researchers wanted to figure out the common denominator for a lot of the health risk behaviors that they were seeing and preventable diseases that they were observing. And they hypothesized that maybe childhood adversity might have something to do with it. So they surveyed over 17,000 Kaiser Permanente members and asked them about 10 types of childhood adversity. It's important to point out these were all Kaiser members, right? They were all had health insurance. These were mostly white, middle-aged, college-educated people, not a large population of folks who might have experienced things like racism or poverty. Okay, so that's important to point out on the front end. But what they did was they asked them 10 questions about 5 types of child abuse or neglect and 5 types of household dysfunction. And you can see each one of the ACEs that they asked about up here. And so each one got a score, like a 1 score next to it up to 10, right? And they took those scores and they compared them to the members' adult current then medical records. And what they found in this population was that prevalence was high in each of the categories except for having a relative who was incarcerated, right? So pretty significant results from that. And they also found a really strong correlation between ACEs and health outcomes and health risk behaviors and in life potential items like unemployment, academic achievement, and things like that. They also found a pretty positive association with weight status, right? And then the other thing that they noticed was a graded dose response relationship, so that that means the higher the ACE score, the more the risk for the intensity of the response or the likelihood to experience poor outcomes. And the tipping point that they found was kind of like at 4 ACEs, where that tended to really shift results to the negative. I've got a couple statistical examples here for this group. They found that people with an ACE score of 4 are twice as likely to be smokers and 7 times more likely to be an alcoholic. They found that an ACE score of 4 increases the risk of emphysema or chronic bronchitis by nearly 400%. And suicide by 1,200%. An ACE score of 6 or more was associated with a 3,000% increase in attempted suicide. They also found that 4 ACEs was associated with a doubling risk of being diagnosed with cancer. So pretty serious stuff. And the researchers developed this visual to kind of show the relationship between ACEs and the rates of disease and disability associated with that higher score. So you see there the base there being a traumatic experiences in childhood or toxic stress, leading to disruptions in neurodevelopment and social, emotional, and cognitive impairment. And then when communities do not provide safe, stable, and nurturing relationships to support that strong brain architecture and buffer constant stress, children and adolescents with high ACE scores tend to adopt health risk behaviors to cope with that stress. So it makes sense that disease, disability, and social problems would follow with the adoption of unhealthy coping skills. However, I want to point out, even when unhealthy coping skills are not adopted, remember the body's physiological response to the stress, the increased hormones, increased blood pressure, increased heart rate, that constant without coming back down to baseline, increases inflammation in the body, decreases the ability of the immune system to operate like it should, and still leads to the development of disease. To get to the top of our pyramid, this study showed that when you have 4 or more ACEs, you tend to die about 5 to 10 years earlier than those who have low or no ACEs. Another study done by the National Institute of Health found that when you have 6 or more ACEs, your life is cut short by about 20 years on average. And that's just measuring those 12 areas that they measured originally. Newer versions of the ACEs questionnaire have expanded to address more of kind of the inequities and environmental stressors that can be present in a family or a community. Things like living in a violent neighborhood, experiencing racism, living in foster care, experiencing bullies, things like that. So we have come a long way to get beyond just the original 10 ACEs. And now you can see a new pyramid. When you compare the two, you see on the left an iteration of the original one. And then the one on the right, you see 2 additional layers underneath the lived experience of trauma. The foundation of the pyramid is historical trauma. This foundation impacts a child's health in several ways. Many of the inequities we continue to see today are a result of structures that still exist generations later, particularly for communities of color, experiencing things like redlining and segregation that have laid this foundation for all these other results that follow. Also, we're learning much more about epigenetics these days and how trauma gets implanted in our DNA and passed on to generations after, compromising health. Next up above that, you see geographic or place inequities through social conditions and local context. We can look at census data and see that tracts with higher poverty have a much higher representation of children of color. You know, these areas not only increase exposure to toxic stress because of compromised safety and lack of stability, but also prevent access to services, the supports, and the community environments that would help offload stressors, buffer the stressors for families, households, and communities, and promote health. So this all suggests that improving child health trajectories and reducing health disparities according to race and socioeconomic status will require concerted individual effort as well as community building efforts directed to poor and usually racially segregated neighborhoods and communities. So this pie chart that you see here, we've talked a good deal about the impact of ACEs on individuals, but this pie chart is showing us how their collective effect creates a massive public health issue. Whatever the issue is that you care about, whether it's weight or exercise, nutrition, or anything else, ACEs compromise those outcomes, okay? So what you see here in the middle is what looks like an oil spill. The oil spill in each part of the pie piece there is the amount of that issue that is attributable to an ACE score of 4 or more. So you see 61.4% of mental health conditions attributed to an ACE score of 4 or more. High risk HIV, 25.5% of cardiovascular disease, and so on. We could go around the pie. When we talk about strategies to reduce ACEs, it's kind of like placing a paper towel in the middle of this oil spill and soaking it up. And as the oil absorbs, you see a simultaneous and relative reduction in every single one of these problem areas. So even if you haven't experienced ACEs, ACEs impact you by compromising your community well-being, your personal safety, your tax dollars, and your quality of life. High ACE scores compromise prosperity for all of us. And this was also shown in a study local here in Tennessee by the Sycamore Institute that determined that ACEs among Tennessee adults led to an estimated $5.2 billion in direct medical costs and lost productivity from employees missing work in 1 year. So these estimates begin to shed the light on how ACEs shape our health, but also influence our state's economy. So caution, this is all sounding very negative, but ACEs are not destiny. We like to say that they are fact, but they are not fate. While higher ACE scores increase the risk of experiencing disease, disability, and social problems, that doesn't mean you're doomed. And I believe we have other speakers that are going to talk about recovery and resilience and prevention. And so I will save that for them to go into. But I also wanted to point out that we're learning more now. There has been more research, recent research into positive childhood experiences and how those can lead to better mental health and relationships and adulthood. And it's very exciting research, and it's going to help us really change the narration from this kind of doom and gloom, like what happened to you, to ways and strategies that communities can promote and families can promote and our service providers can promote, how we can tip the scales for kids by providing them with positive childhood experiences. And also, like I said, damage done to the developing brain early in childhood doesn't have to be forever damage. Our brain is always changing, always growing. It does slow down as we get older, but there are always ways to improve our executive functioning across the lifespan. And that's for another training as well, but I just wanted to point that out. This is from Paces Connection. Ingrid from Paces Connection is speaking to you all after this, but I love this image that they've created where you see the tree there, where the tree tops is kind of representing those household traumas, those individual ACEs. And then you go down the tree and the roots are more representing the community traumas, the systemic ones like poverty, neighborhood violence, things like that. And then over on the right, you see this tornado that is representing the collective trauma caused by environmental disasters and things like pandemics, and things that it feels like we're starting to see more of now that the climate crisis is becoming much more apparent and very real for many communities and for most of us. And I share this because I want to kind of end on this, how we have to use a public health approach to prevent and mitigate ACEs. The damaging effects of toxic stress resulting from ACEs are arguably the largest public health crisis we've faced. And in order to address a public health crisis, we have to use a public health approach. This means investing not just in treatment or services for those at risk, although that's important, but we also have to focus on primary prevention strategies like increasing awareness and supporting policy change. Then we'll be much more effective at having a larger impact than trying to tackle this one person at a time. Okay. And, one way that we can do that is help everyone to understand how diseases, disabilities, and social problems are frequently an outcome of toxic stress. We need policies that help adults understand their collective responsibility for kids' well-being and develop policies that support those safe, stable, and nurturing relationships and environments that all kids need. We can align in this message, and we can get our service providers aligned in this message. We can get our policymakers aligned in this message, and then we're more likely to have an impact. Thank y'all so much. I don't know if there's time for questions, Alex, but happy to take them.
Yes, thank you so much. That was really informative. Some of the statistics you gave on suicide and different health outcomes was incredibly eye-opening. I didn't even know that. And I really appreciate your broad overview of what adverse childhood experiences are and what we can do as public health workers to really help the situation. But we did have one question from an audience member asking if there's any evidence linking specific ACEs to specific health outcomes, or if it's just the number that you have and it doesn't really matter what the ACE is.
That is such a good question. And I believe the answer is yes. I know we were doing some research for this presentation. Hannah Diven, who works with me, I believe she's on listening in, helped me do some research around connecting ACEs to weight. And one of the statistics that really stood out to me was that girls who have experienced sexual abuse are 1.5 times more likely to experience weight issues or obesity. And so that's one that stood out to me. So I'm sure there are others as well.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I don't think we have time for any more questions, but for those of you that are asking, we will have the slides for Jennifer's presentation as well as the other panelists. And Jennifer, I wanted to just thank you so much for this information and bringing light to what we can do as public health workers. So thank you so much. And now I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Candace to introduce our next speakers.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Candace Sapp, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm a doctoral candidate and MCH trainee here at UTK. So today I have the honor of introducing Ingrid Cochran. So Ingrid received her Bachelor's of Science in Psychology from the Tennessee State University in Nashville, Tennessee, and her Master's of Education in Child Studies from Vanderbilt University's Peabody College. She currently works as the CEO of PACES Connection, a social network dedicated to raising awareness of positive and adverse childhood experiences, stress, and trauma. She also serves as an adjunct professor at her alma mater, TSU, teaching courses in developmental psychology, abnormal psychology, and African American psychology. Her research areas are adverse childhood experiences, collective trauma, historical trauma and intergenerational transmission, brain development, developmental psychology, and epigenetics. So as you can tell, she's well versed in a lot of topics. In Ingrid's past career experiences range from the juvenile justice system, family counseling, early childhood education, professional development and training, community education, and consulting. So today, Ingrid will discuss systemic approaches to addressing ACEs and trauma. She will take questions at the end of her presentation, so please feel free to drop any that you might have in our Q&A box. But I don't want to take up any more time from Ingrid because I know she has a lot of information to share with us. So go ahead, Ingrid.
Thank you, Candace. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you for the introduction and thank you so much for the invitation. I'm going to share screen. Let's see if we can not have any technical issues. Okay, good. So I hope everyone can see my screen. The great presentation that Jennifer Trail just completed is a good kind of segue into the discussion that I have today. I really wanted to take this time to dig into kind of the systemic issues that Jennifer brought up in her presentation. So really being able to take a deeper dive into systemic issues like poverty and racism as it pertains to toxic stress, ACEs, and resilience. And so one way to think about our present state when it comes to the disparities that we see across the board in many different areas is really that institutional racism along with historical trauma have brought about present day disparities. And I will say that also for intergenerational poverty as well. And so I want to think through when we say that race is a public health issue, I want to start with some of the basics. So first, let's talk about what race is. In our history, we have the United States is a very race-focused country. And so we have kind of inherited an understanding of race as a genetic issue. And what science shows us today is that there is no such thing as genetic race, and that race is actually a social construct. And when we think about issues of skin color, hair type, eye shape, these are not tied to a specific race, and that race is actually a system that has been created to create advantage socially and politically. I want to use the chat as a way for us to talk and give response as I'm going through this presentation, because whenever I'm virtual, I feel like I'm talking into the abyss. So definitely use the chat. And what do you think about this definition of race? Do we think that race is a social construct, and why? Feel free to just drop it in there. Just to give some basic definition, racism is really the belief that one race is superior than another. And then when we talk about institutional racism, we're talking about systemic oppression of groups, again, for that social, economic, and political advantage. So I see some responses. I believe that, yes, race is a social construct. I definitely want to encourage people that don't believe that to also chime in. This is a safe space to talk about really all beliefs so that we can have enriched conversations. So this visual is from the Rise Center out of California. They do a great job of using Bronfenbrenner's kind of social ecological model to show what de-stress and dehumanization looks like in the systems level, and then also to show what we can do to heal in a systemic level as well. And so as we look at this, as you're going out into the workforce, you will be representing a system. And so if we look at the systems level of this visual, we see that on the dehumanization and distress area, we're looking at policies that are impacting groups disproportionately. Obviously, when we think historically, issues like slavery, genocide, and land theft in this country were all encoded into policy. There were clear policies around slaves and slaves' rights or their lack thereof. There were clear policies around the land theft from indigenous peoples. And those policies were enacted by institutions. And you are a part of an institution that not only, even though it is well-meaning in its construction, it has a long history of oppressing people of color that has led to distrust. So as you can see here, when it comes to this level, we have the war on drugs, mass incarceration, segregation, redlining, displacement or land theft, climate violence. What that looks like is, I want to build a highway in the city. I'm going to build it through a Black or Latino neighborhood because I'm not going to build it through a white neighborhood. So these different ways that we are negatively impacting people of color and poor people based on policies and procedures lies in this institutional space. And the Rise Center also does a great job of outlining what healing would look like in this space as well. So listening campaigns, engaging in collective care, power sharing, and obviously healing-centered and restorative practices. So I'll be sure to share this visual so that you can have a copy of this slide, but definitely this visual helps us to really think through systemically where trauma happens within our society. Let's see. And when we think about why issues of the past still persist today, it is largely due to bias. We are all born in this racist system, or we migrate into this racist system and have to assimilate. And so this understanding that if you are here in this country, that you are being raised and having your judgments and bias formed by a system that is inherently racist and has always been that way. And it is racist historically, but it's also racist today. And we have to then do the work of anti-bias. We have to be actively committed to challenging prejudice, stereotyping, and discrimination because of the fact that the country that we live in is very white-centered and race-focused. This is what we'll get if we do nothing. We'll be indoctrinated and assimilate into a racist system. So that means we have to be proactive in addressing our bias. I would also say that bias can definitely be both implicit and explicit. So again, the way to impact your bias is to bring it to the conscious mind, to accept that being raised in a racist society means that you probably have biases and that you will need to do your due diligence to work against that, especially because you're working with people and your position is one of authority that can really impact the lives of others. So I want to do a little bit of an overview, and I'll kind of speed through this because Jen has already covered it. But if we take the adverse childhood experiences study and we understand that these experiences lead to, that happen before the age of 18, lead to disrupted neurodevelopment and a host of social, emotional, and cognitive issues, and the health risk behaviors that Jen talked about before that lead to ultimately early death. We know that when we're looking at adversity, that it's very widespread, but there are still disparities there, meaning that people of color or people dealing with historical trauma are more likely to have what we call complex trauma, which means that they have 3 or more. And if you remember from Jennifer's presentation, that more than 3 is kind of the tipping point to adverse conditions that will begin to manifest in one's life, like chronic disease, obesity, substance use, and other chronic health problems. So what I want to focus on today, as you can see in this visual, you have the little yellow arrow that's going up that says epigenetic mechanisms, and the blue one that's going down that says intergenerational transmission. That's what we're going to focus on today, because therein lies the systemic nature of adversity, and how we need to ultimately have a systemic approach to these issues if we want to have large-scale impact on the adversity and stress that people experience in this country. So as with the first presentation that Jen did, you will see that this visual, this extended pyramid, does a great job of showing how generational embodiment, historical trauma, and local context can be, what this is really saying is that as an individual, my experiences with stress, trauma, and resilience are largely impacted by my ancestors. So even before I'm born, the experiences of my ancestors impacts my life. And when I go up to that green area, also where I am geographically impacts my life. And so the example that Jen gave was, the zip code that someone lives in. But today we're going to really talk at length about the purple area, the generational embodiment and historical trauma. As you can see, as you move up, again, we have complex trauma as kind of that first blue level that says that people who have these poor conditions, either based on their social conditions or local context, or historical trauma that may have happened to their ancestors, are more likely to have complex trauma. This leading to that disrupted neural development that Jen spoke of before, but also allostatic load. And this is where the epigenetic mechanisms come into play. So in my life, as an individual, I experienced stress and trauma of racism and poverty, this low level ongoing stress that I experience in everyday life because of this color of my skin or because I don't have enough money. This then leads to wear and tear on my DNA, or what we would call accelerated aging. I hope that we kind of learn some lessons from COVID. And this is another one that I think you might want to participate in. If during COVID from 2020 to 2022, if you experience the following symptoms, just put it in the chat. Were you more tired, more irritable? Did you have a hard time sleeping? Did you eat too much or too little? Did you have a harder time getting along with loved ones? Did you experience things like panic attacks, or did you have bouts of depression? All of these symptoms that I kind of just read off are symptoms of allostatic load. This is what happens when you have this low level stressor all the time. And in our case, we were going through a collective trauma, which is the pandemic. And this pandemic, even though you may or may not have actually contracted the virus, your stress level was higher because of an existential threat, or because of separation from loved ones, or because of the lockdown. And so this is how allostatic load manifests. It is accelerated aging. And this is what people living with ongoing poverty and people dealing with racism experience all the time. It's kind of like when we were going through 2020 and we called racism its own pandemic or epidemic. This is what we're talking about. Let's see. So one thing to also point out as we move up the extended pyramid, we have towards the top the burden of disease, distress, criminalization, and stigmatization. What this is saying that in the original pyramid, we have disease, disability, and social problems. But when we take into account historical trauma and issues of racism and poverty, that people's normal reactions, human reactions to stress and trauma, because they're people dealing with poverty or homelessness or racism, that their behavior is criminalized or stigmatized as opposed to seen as a mental health issue, or again, an adaptive, normal reaction to stress and trauma. I'll give an example of children living in dangerous neighborhoods. Our society as a whole views criminality, especially in Black and Latino communities, as an issue of culture, a culture of criminality, as opposed to the impact of widespread PTSD from living in a dangerous neighborhood. How we view people who have this historical trauma background is largely shaded by our own racist society. So this group of people are dealing with issues because that's their cultural background, as opposed to it's because of the traumatic conditions that have been set forth for this group, not just presently, but also throughout generations. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward. At the root of this issue is kind of those beliefs and values that we talked about. At the root, kind of the root cause of the issues that we have in our country around disparity is largely the nation building concept in this country. Recently, Queen Elizabeth passed away, and there were a lot of people who were very much, impacted by that, sent condolences. And then there were others who were had the opportunity to bring up, the history of colonization. And this is a perfect example of how we're often living in kind of two different worlds when it comes to this information. Nation building here in America is built on enslavement, genocide, colonization, economic exploitation, land theft, cultural hegemony, and white supremacy. And cultural hegemony means there's only one way to be American. And in America, that's typically heterosexual white male. And then that means that people who are considered outside of that are more likely to experience trauma and oppression, to include women of any race, obviously Indigenous peoples, Africans and African Americans, and definitely Latino and Hispanic communities. And so we have this dynamic because of the origins of our country. And that means we have to go through a process of what we call truth and reconciliation, to be honest about how we got here. And that leads us to the way that we can really be very clear about how we turn the ship around and close the gap in these disparities. And so that root is what we call collective trauma. And in the case of America, our collective traumas were the genocide and land theft of Indigenous people and the chattel slavery for enslaved Africans. And these collective traumas have really created ripples through our society that are still present today And there are still very clear disparities in both of those groups, and also descendants of both of those groups. So we want to be very clear that that root cause is this shattered sense of safety experienced by groups that leads to distrust, that also leads to a shared narrative that is then passed along through generations in the way that people parent their children, in the stories that people tell their children, in the stories that people talk, when they tell stories about themselves. You need to think about, especially African-American parents, they tend to have a bad reputation, but just think about what a slave parent would have to do to keep a slave child, their behavior in check, when their behavior could be an issue of life or death. If they looked at the wrong kid or looked at the wrong person in the eye, or went out after dark when they weren't supposed to, all of these normal things that children do, what type of parenting practices would a slave employ to keep their child safe? It's going to be harsh. It's going to be physical. And then parenting is then passed along through generations. This means that collective traumas then become intergenerational and historical. Another thing to think of is that collective traumas do not occur in a vacuum, but within the social political climate. If we use COVID, for example, COVID happened in 2020. Well, technically it happened in 2019, but the way that it really impacted America in 2020. And that just so happened to be an election year. And so then a pandemic, a virus, then becomes a political football. And so this is something to think about when we take it back to kind of the origins of our country around the negative, the negative stereotypical understanding of Africans and Indigenous people. At that same time where we are enslaving Africans, and at the same time where we are stealing land, engaging in genocide, and putting Indigenous children into these basically boarding schools, we are encoding in textbooks that Indigenous people and Africans are uncivilized, are savages, as compared to European, or at the time was called Caucasian, were considered civilized. We put this into textbooks. When I say we, I'm talking about basically European academic elites. So, in colleges and universities in Europe, in sessions and lectures, if you go into your college research article database, you're going to find these old articles that talk about race, and where it says very clearly that these groups were considered adolescent races, that they were considered uncivilized or savage races, that they didn't have, they didn't have a formed society, they didn't have morals or beliefs, even that they didn't have souls. And so this was the catalyst for the understanding that you could take their land, you could engage in genocide, you could enslave them because they were not considered people. And this led to a collective trauma that we are still grappling with today. And so this issue doesn't just impact people of color, it also impacts our larger society, impacts white people and white communities as well. As essentially we have cut off our nose to spite our faces. We've divested in communities, in redlining. We have divested in health. We've divested in education because we are essentially a racist country, but this also impacts all groups of people. It drives up the cost of living for all groups of people. It makes our education system less impactful for everybody. And so there's both direct impact of collective trauma and indirect. And so this widespread collective trauma leads to a difficult psychological legacy that can then be passed along through generations. And this is known as intergenerational transmission. Intergenerational transmission of trauma was first found in 1966. I wouldn't say it was first found, but it was first researched in 1966 in response to the Holocaust. And so research was done on Holocaust survivors and their children. And what they found was that the children of Holocaust survivors, despite not having experienced the Holocaust themselves, displayed PTSD-like symptoms. They also self-reported that their parents were damaged and preoccupied and emotionally limited. Obviously, that would impact their ability to parent. The way that this manifests is through several different avenues. We talked about kind of genetics already, but as we experience trauma and stress in our lifetime, our DNA is changed. Those changes are then passed along to future generations through reproduction, and that looks like negatively impacted cognitive abilities, mental health issues, and then of course, chronic disease, which is what we were talking about in the first session with Jennifer Trail. It also looks like maladaptive coping strategies. So as people attempt to adapt to hostile environment of racism and poverty, they employ coping strategies that are not always optimal, like substance use, isolation, numbing, and then social learning theory. So as adults engage in maladaptive coping strategies, children are watching and modeling their behavior after the adults in the space, especially if those adults are the same gender or race or both. And then last but not least is the survival-based parenting practices, which is what I talked about before with how would enslaved mothers parent their children. Obviously, their parenting would be lacking in attachment due to separation, which was common during slavery. Obviously, their parenting would be harsh and very physical because, again, children's behavior during slavery would and could be an issue of life and death. So these are the avenues that are kind of the mechanisms of how intergenerational transmission happens. And when we look at intergenerational transmission, then we get to historical trauma when we're looking at a specific group. So this is another place that I would like you to use the chat. I want you to think about a historical trauma that has impacted you and your family. And I'll give some examples. We have the World Wars, the Great Depression, 9/11, slavery, the genocide of indigenous peoples. We've had natural disasters. And so just think through real impact for your family and for yourself. What are these collective and historical traumatic situations and experiences that still impact you today? And I see responses coming in. And thank you guys for putting this in, but as you put them in, definitely thinking through how they impact you, your family, your stress level, especially those that are, definitely further in the past, that, even though this happened before you were living, it still has an impact on you, your personality, your upbringing. So historical trauma is really the same as intergenerational trauma, but intergenerational trauma can happen, within a family. It doesn't have to be, it can be within just one lineage, whereas historical trauma is something that tends to impact a larger group. So it can impact, based on nationality, ethnicity, skin color. So it's generally impacting a specific cultural group. Also, you would include religion in that. So Dr. Maria Yellowhurst-Braveheart first came up with this term, and she defined it as a cumulative emotional and psychological wounding over the lifespan and across generations. And she also said that it was accompanied by historically unresolved grief. So Oxford defines this in really focusing on colonialism and the process of taking land, the process of basically forcing groups to assimilate as well. So the stripping of historically, connected practices. And so historical trauma, and I see some reflection in the chat. So yes, historical trauma is not tied to race at all. It just so happens to happen within some groups more than others, but it is definitely tied to religion. It is tied to ethnicity, nationality. So it can manifest across the board with any group and generally has the same outcomes. But I will say that skin color tends to be a buffer, meaning you can have groups who have historical trauma of any race. However, the darker the skin color, the more likely it is to have a host of negative outcomes. So, for example, even if we use like 9/11 as an example, when there was a huge backlash on Middle Eastern and even Asian communities, because if we think of like Sikhs and certain Indian communities that have different apparel or appearances that kind of be lumped in together as Middle Eastern, they experienced a lot of bullying, aggression, and they would experience that would be considered historical trauma. However, if you have buffers like strong family unit or being really closely tied to your traditions, this can be a buffer. And this is why Latino and Middle Eastern families, and also those of Jewish descent that are dealing with the Holocaust, can still have better life outcomes like life expectancy and poverty when compared to other groups, specifically African Americans and indigenous peoples, because they have still been able to maintain family structure and more of those identity and religious rituals and traditions they are able to hold on to. And this is one way to think about how, really the impact of assimilation is negative as well. Those groups who experience historical trauma find that skin color and traditional practices can be a buffer, a protective factor. Let's see. So this is a list of historically traumatic events. This list is not exhaustive, so there's more than this, but these are very well-known, kind of widespread ones. And this group is a reflection of individual communities that are have more of an impact when it comes to historical trauma. And when I say more of an impact, what I'm meaning is that across the board, the impact of historical trauma is negatively impactful for economic stability, for mental health outcomes, and also physical health outcomes. So these groups have a shorter life expectancy, or they have more of an impact across the lifespan, like with children and adolescents. Or they have very precarious economic stability. And so one thing to think about as you look at this list is intersectionality. So as we have groups, so let's say we have African-American children who are LGBTQI, they're going to be an extremely vulnerable group. War veterans living in poverty, an extremely vulnerable group. And then we can think through like symptoms. What are the symptoms of historical trauma? These are pretty straightforward. We know what these are, so I'm not going to go and I'm not going to read every single one, but I will point out those that really stand out. You can see vulnerability to mental health and stress disorders, depression and suicidality. These are all the things that Jen Trail listed in the presentation before mine. As you can see here, we have relationship difficulties, higher risk of obesity and chronic disease. Again, all of these things kind of tie to the presentation that Jen Trail did before me. And so what do the solutions look like? First, we need to employ trauma-informed practices both internally within our institutions and externally with the communities and families that we serve. This means that in our work, we understand that trauma is widespread. We realize the widespread impact. We recognize the signs and symptoms of trauma. We respond, we're responsive, and then also we resist re-traumatizing people. We also have to think through what trauma-informed care looks like in all different aspects of our work. I would say that, especially in policy and in the physical environment is very important. And policy, as we looked at the visual from the RISE Center where we talked about how you are the system, policies that impact children and families and communities must be rigorously gone through a process to determine bias, to make sure they don't traumatize certain groups, especially those groups that have traditionally been traumatized by policy in the past, which would be people of color, women, children. And then we need to take into account the 6 principles: safety, trustworthiness, peer support, collaboration and mutuality, empowerment, voice and choice, and then cultural, historical, and gender issues. I would say that, especially in this trauma-informed movement, the adoption of the first 4 has been pretty universal. As people learn more about trauma-informed approach, they're on board with the first 4. However, when we get to 5 and 6, this is where we see a lack of movement in this area. And so these are the 2 areas that we need to kind of bulk up in. We need to do the work internally to ensure that we're working on our own bias so that we can facilitate these last 2 within the people that we serve and also coworkers. I want to be very clear that in this field of social work, where we are well-meaning, and in this field of public health, psychology, all of these people-focused industries where we are well-meaning, we have to understand that you are the system, that as you do the work with families and children and communities, you need to understand that traditionally, these institutions have been harmful to these populations and these communities. And because of that, there is distrust. And in your work, you need to find ways to protect those children, families, and communities from you and the institutions that you represent. And that may be difficult to swallow, but it is definitely the case. Traditionally and still today, we can easily say that groups that are being impacted by institutions often are not being helped. In some ways, they're being harmed. And again, this is where we lie, in systems. So in your work, you want to be healing-centered, restorative. You want to engage in listening campaigns and collective care. And so I can give some examples of this. Healing centered is being, you know, focused on the positive, focused on skill and restorative practices is allowing people to make amends and to work together to engage in conflict resolution. Listening campaigns is knowing what the real interests are of those that you serve and those that you work with. Collective care is probably going to be the most difficult aspect of this. But collective care means that we are not driven by productivity or money. We are driven by the collective care of each other, that we uphold our own humanity and the humanity of others. Being adaptive, responsive, and proximate is pretty straightforward. If things aren't working, fix them. Don't just stay with it because the policy is new and we're going to keep going. If someone says that they're having issues, be responsive, and then be proximate. If you are looking for a solution and you're not a person that's involved in the process, that means you need to bring those who are involved in the process to help in this problem solving. And that ties into the power sharing. Nothing about us without us. How are you involving families, communities, the public in your work in a real way, as opposed to saying, oh, I have the solutions for this community or for this client or for this individual. And it's basically a way of saying, of being community, client focused, community focused, family focused. Here are a list of practices that are pretty tried and true. You get this list as well. Where it says promote DNA repair, what that looks like is eating well, sleeping, eating lots of vegetables, getting, drinking enough water. All of that promotes DNA repair, and also exercise. And then positive childhood experiences. Jen talked about that before, so I won't elaborate there, but there's plenty of research behind that shows that it's very important that you facilitate positive childhood experiences before the age of 18 to have real lifelong impact. And then I will stop here, but I want to show this visual, and this is really saying that trauma-informed is really just the beginning of a journey, that it is really about pushing us as a society to be aware of positive childhood experiences and facilitating those, becoming healing centered, and ultimately reaching a just society. So I'm going to stop sharing and see if there's any questions for me. And I don't know what our time looks like, but if you have questions, feel free to turn your camera on or put them in the chat. Candace, I'll let you moderate that.
Awesome. That was amazing. And we had a lot of people commenting in the chat and also some Q&As. And as I ask, please feel free to drop some more. So Connie Ching had a question. Do ACEs apply to in utero trauma? And I think you kind of talked about that, but she was talking about trauma to the mother while carrying the baby. So do you have any input for that question?
Yes, definitely. So stress hormones can pass the placenta. And so stress hormones can have a negative impact in utero. They can even impact, the ability to conceive. They increase the likelihood of miscarriage. So the answer to that is a resounding yes. And even if mothers are able to have their pregnancies to full term, as they will find that, there's a link between mothers and impact, or basically exposure to stress hormones in utero, to be tied to ADHD-like symptoms. And it is pretty prevalent. And so there is that impact, and also the kind of the secular, so meaning that child is more likely to have children who are experiencing ADHD-like symptoms and other behavioral issues when they have children as well.
Wow, like you said, it's a huge cycle. someone had some questions about race. I know when you were first started, you were talking about race as a social construct and really challenging how a lot of us think. So Barbara Herbst said, I understand race to be a social construct, but does that mean I should refuse to engage with questions regarding my race? Or is it important to collect data?
So as far as questions regarding race, I definitely want to empower people that you can refuse to engage as much as you like. And then when it comes to data, I think here's the problem with the data that we collect and that we have currently in our society. We're dealing with what's called scientific colonialism, which means that we can have data and we'll look at them and we can translate them based on our biased lens. So I'll give an example of school outcomes, right? We look at the school data and it says Black children, Indigenous children, Latino children are scoring poorly in these key indicators, and that there's a huge achievement gap. And we will then, without the context of that, we will say, well, this is an indication that white children are more intelligent than these other children, right? And even on my list where it had symptoms, it had lower IQ. What we need to begin to do is have a very clear understanding of the context and the narrative. The context is that these groups are underserved. Their communities have been divested in, but then also their ancestors went through extreme violence. So, slavery and genocide, on massive rape and kidnapping. These are extremely stressful situations that went on for hundreds of years. That means it changed the DNA of those individuals, and then that's passed down through generations. So we have to have the context there. Other than that, we'll say, well, this is obviously somehow genetic to people of African descent. We do it in every single area too. So if I go to the doctor and they say, well, because you're Black, you're predisposed to Black or Pacific Islander, you're predisposed to diabetes or high blood pressure. Well, this is what this is saying is that somehow because my skin is darker, because I'm from a specific geography, I'm going to be more likely to have heart disease. That's just not true. It is a reflection of the, for Pacific Islanders, it's colonialism, very, very clearly colonialism, right? For African Americans and Indigenous people, it's clearly racism and genocide, these environments that are stressful, that our bodies and have adapted to, and then the changes to our DNA have been passed along through generations. So we are still lacking in this context. So that it's hard for us to trust data without that context. We also need to change the narrative about what are good outcomes, because we do a lot of research on the problems, right? You'll be inundated with research that says Indigenous, African, and African American and Latino populations are dealing with a host of problems. But how are we researching racism in white communities and in white people? How are we researching intergenerational issues around racism within white communities? Are we even doing that? And why would we not if we understand that racism is a public health issue? Why are we researching the problem instead of the root cause?
You answered like 3 different questions in that Q&A just right there. So that was amazing. Someone else asked about like, are we measuring racism? And if so, like how? And then you touched on it too when you were talking about health, because someone asked about sickle cell, that if race is a social construct, how come you see sickle cell and predominantly Black or African American people? So you kind of touched on that, but I don't know if you have time to.
Sure. It's a reflection again of environment. And so if I'm in an environment, there are specific things that my body is going to adapt to in that environment. For the sake of sickle cell, we're probably looking at an adaptation to malaria. So that again is an environmental issue. So if there had been a white group of people in that area dealing with that particular disease, they probably would have created that adaptation in themselves to deal with that disease as well. There's no genetic race. It is all about environmental impact on the physical body. That's what our physical bodies are meant to do. That's what DNA is supposed to do. We kind of talk about it a little bit when we first get to college and we say, oh, nature versus nurture, right? And what they typically don't do in those kind of surface level beginning college courses is talk about in depth how there's an interplay of the two, that we talk about it with animals, but we tend to not see it in ourselves. All organisms on this planet evolve. They evolve based on their environment. And those changes to the environment can be due to very comfortable, positive, enriching environments, or they can be due to toxic, stressful environments. And so we need to recognize that, and that all of those types of changes are due to the environments that the human body is withstanding it in the time.
Awesome. There are so many questions in the Q&A and chat for you, but just for the sake of time, I'm going to save all of them, and I can give them to all of the presenters too. So maybe when we send out the recordings, we can have some follow-up for some of our audience members. But we really thank you for your presentation. It was amazing. It covered so much
Thank you.
about thesis, trauma at the community, individual, population level, and some solutions too that we can work towards with some trauma-informed care. So we want to thank Ingrid Cochran, and then I will hand over the mic to Emily as she introduces the Russells.
Hi, everybody, and thank you, Ingrid. I so appreciated everything that you had to say today, so thank you so much. My name is Emily Wojtowicz. I am a doctoral candidate and a maternal and child health leadership trainee at the University of Tennessee. I am excited for the opportunity to introduce our next two speakers. We have Dr. Sue Russell and Dr. Russell, both certified family life educators and assistant professors of human development and family science in the Department of Family and Consumer Sciences at Illinois State University. They have both completed their PhDs at the University of Missouri and collectively have published over 50 peer-reviewed articles and book chapters predominantly on promoting socio-emotional well-being, flourishing, and physical health across diverse cultural and family contexts. So without further ado, I will turn it over to you guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you very much for the introduction. And that was great. I love that talk by Ingrid, and I have a feeling we're going to hit on some shared points, but also hopefully some new stuff. I guess I'll jump right into it. We'll come back to this. Why do I have a picture of a garden and flowers up here? But I like to give folks an agenda where we're going to kind of go today. So I'm going to give you quick, a little more information about why do we have, some nice human development and family scientists like us in a talk like this, and who we are and some of the work we've done that relates to especially nutrition and a lot of the work that folks do. I'm going to go through briefly kind of individual and family resilience and flourishing and differences between those concepts and why it can be useful to talk about them. One theme I especially am going to hit is that adverse childhood experiences are important to understand and relevant, but it's also key to recognize they're not destiny for folks. And then Dr. Sue Russell will go over some multi-level factors to promote resilience and flourishing, and specifically what can nutritionists and other health professionals do to help support individual and family resilience and flourishing. And then we'll give you a whole list of citations and stuff if you want to look through or read the research in more depth, and certainly answer questions and give you our feedback. So some information just in case you've never heard of a family life educator or our field. Human development and family science is, it's kind of a combination of psychology, sociology, We also draw on the health sciences quite a lot. And our goal is to understand kind of how people grow up, how they form relationships, and how especially those kind of most intimate and frequent experiences we have with family members affect our lives. Though we also have an interest in the kind of the points Ingrid and others have hit earlier today, of how bigger systems play a role, but also how our bodies play a role, kind of ourselves as individuals. If it's useful, also making sure you get our emails and contact info multiple times here, just in case you have follow-up questions. So two terms that I want to introduce that I think get used frequently within the family science literature, at least, and maybe you've been hearing a bit about today. One of them is this idea of resilience. And Marovic and colleagues recently had kind of a review on this, and they defined resilience as the capacity for adjustment and achieving good outcomes in the face of adversity. And that last point, in the face of adversity, is kind of the key part of this definition, and maybe is why it's so relevant to this concept of ACEs. Flourishing, in contrast, related, but a little bit different, has been defined by, and I like to use Butler and Kern's definition, a dynamic, optimal state of psychosocial functioning that arises from functioning well across multiple psychosocial domains. Sounds nice, but what do these things mean? These are a little jargony, but in the academic literature, this is how we write about these things. So I like to use a bit of a metaphor for this. And I like to think of resilience of this idea about a plant that continues to grow despite maybe being in tough circumstances. Maybe it's getting too much sun or not enough sun. A lot of times people show, like, the dandelion that grows within the cracks, of the driveway or whatever. I think this was in the sidewalk outside our building that I took a picture of. This is a resilient plant. It's still growing. It's doing okay, pretty good. But it's still managing to grow, to kind of do its job as a plant, despite the fact that this is probably not the ideal space for this plant to be growing. And again, children who manage to still, kind of at least succeed or at least survive after experiencing ACEs are often what we would characterize as resilient children or resilient families, when families survive despite experiencing violence or divorce or abuse or drug use within their families. People who can kind of keep going are resilient. Flourishing, on the other hand, I tend to think of, as people who aren't just surviving, but folks who are doing really well. They're not just waking up and getting through another day, but they're doing well at school. They feel fulfilled in their relationships. This is kind of the kind of growing wonderful garden. And that's easier to do, right? When you've been planted in some good soil, you get properly watered, you have kind of a nice environment. It also maybe helps to be a good seed, I guess. There may be variations in kind of where plants might thrive and where they might flourish. The dandelions frequently do well just about anywhere. Not the same for some of the other plants out there. And you see the same thing sometimes with individuals. Though I won't try to spoil that too much. Dr. Sue Russell will elaborate more. Our sort of interest, Dr. Sue Russell and I have spent really a decade and a half kind of asking this question of, when people are in difficult circumstances or challenging circumstances, what helps them stay resilient, but more importantly, what differentiates those people who still flourish? What is it that's different about folks who don't just keep going, but really do well in the aftermath of whether it's a tragedy or just, deliberate, maybe harm, which sometimes our society apparently likes to inflict. How do people overcome that? And what can we do as a society to help more people get here to the flourishing realm? And this is really, to Ingrid's point, it's not always the question that gets asked within academic research. A lot of times we just look for, where are the problems? how are these families or these kids, who's doing better, who's doing worse? We're really interested in why. Why do some kids do better within those groups that maybe sometimes get characterized as vulnerable? I draw heavily on social determinants of health theories and that ecological Bronfenbrenner sort of model. Dr. Sue Russell's advisor was trained by Urie Bronfenbrenner, so she often thinks of herself as a grandchild. I think myself as a grandchild-in-law. But we try to think about how do these things happen at multiple levels, right? What can individuals do? What can families do? What can our communities or states or societies do to try and support folks? And a couple things related to those resilience and flourishing concepts. I like to pull on this information from Kuldus and Foudy. They did another nice recent review on resilience. And they point out that there's sometimes this tension in the kind of resilience research area on whether resilience is a trait. Is it something that people have or don't have? Are some people resilient and some people not resilient? Or some families resilient and some more vulnerable? Or is it kind of, a state that we can achieve, that if we do certain things, we can get to resilience? And really you need to kind of figure out if someone has achieved or hasn't achieved resilience. And that maybe seems subtle, but it's kind of an important difference, right? One of those models kind of argues that it's, you have it or you don't. And the other one argues, it's possible to achieve this, but how do you get there? And Kuldus and Foudy make this great point that really, as we examine this, it's transactional, that there might be people more primed to be resilient. Maybe they're very determined. Maybe they just deal well with stress. Dr. Sue Russell deals much better with stress than I do. I get anxious. I had to do a lot more breathing probably before this presentation as compared to her. So there might be some trait differences, but that interacts with our environments, what's around us. Someone taught me, breathe to get ready, to relax, to help yourself achieve that resilient state and give at least a half decent presentation, right? And so it's important to kind of understand these components and that different individuals, different families may have different needs, and they may need to interact with different environments in order to get to that resilient place. Again, I mentioned flourishing. What do we mean by multiple psychosocial sort of aspects of well-being? Butler and Kern have developed this PERMA model where they say, people who are flourishing experience positive emotions. They're happy. They experience more joy in their life rather than maybe anxiety, worry. They also maybe are doing well in their health-wise, but they're engaged in their work. They feel engaged in their relationships, engaged in their work. They think it's meaningful what they do in their life, that they have a purpose. Maybe that's to help their family members. Maybe that's to help others. Maybe that's to do their job. They get along well with people around them, and they have a sense of accomplishment that they are achieving, right? So not only do I feel like I have good relationships and I'm pretty happy, but I feel like I'm somewhat talented. I've got some skills. I've got some strengths. And so, I'm going to present we're going to present some stats, some research around flourishing. Some of them use this PERMA model. Some of them, we had aspects at least of these that we were drawing on. One theme that I'm going to come back to, or I hope is a takeaway from today, or at least from this talk, is this idea that adverse childhood experiences are not destiny. We know they have lots of downstream consequences, and we know they can, get under the skin, as I think the first two speakers maybe have addressed, that it's difficult when you experience, family disruptions or violence or war or things along those lines. I think it's important to recognize, though, these childhood experiences are challenges that are difficult to navigate. And as you've maybe picked up, a lot of them indicate family at a minimum. They sometimes repeat across generations. These things can become patterns that continue, but they don't have to. And it's not that, you know, if I experience one of these things, that means, you know, I'm toast. I have no hope. Even if I've experienced a lot of these things, it maybe makes me more statistically likely to have a tough time. But it doesn't mean that I'm guaranteed. Everything is, you know, statistical estimates and distributions, and they're not impossible to overcome. Again, that doesn't mean we want to set people up for these ACEs. We shouldn't say, yeah, it's no big deal. Kids are resilient. But we should recognize that there's ways to help folks when they have gotten exposed to adverse childhood experiences. As someone who studies family, in particular, a lot of times experiences of ACEs get kind of hidden in family structure research. I have an interest in family structure. And a lot of times, you know, if a family member is abusing drugs or is violent or things along those lines, kids might be removed from the home. Folks might experience a divorce. Folks might end up living with their grandparents or entering the foster care system. And we don't always kind of recognize that, right? We kind of mismatch occasionally this family structure, this experience of ACEs. And I think that's problematic in some ways on a scientific level. But I think we also sometimes misinterpret the average differences that can be identified in the data. So I sometimes show this. This is coming out actually doing a special issue in the Journal of Family Nursing that'll be published in November on how do you support kids in structurally diverse families. So this isn't out yet, but I'm giving you a preview of it. And one of the things that I think happens around family structure often is that, you know, we see these average differences, and I think a lot of practitioners, a lot of the public, a lot of scientists too, academics, have this model of like, you know, if you live with both parents in their first marriage, that kind of nuclear family model, those kids tend to be doing really well. And kids who are living in other sort of family circumstances are having a rough time. As you've maybe noticed, one of the ACEs is divorce, and that's maybe parental divorce. And it's maybe one of the most common ACEs, I would guess, based on what the others are and what I know of the stats. I was just talking to a colleague 2 or 3 days ago, and he mentioned, you know, whenever my students are using these ACEs measures, I tell them to rerun it and take out divorce. And his argument was that qualitatively, divorce absolutely can be tough. Sometimes it's not quite as tough as like being exposed to a murder or being, you know, physically or sexually abused. That seems, again, qualitatively not quite the same. Again, some divorces may be really complicated, may involve those things, but a lot don't. Anyway, I think oftentimes this is our model, that, you know, there's nuclear families and then there's sort of other families. Here's the data that I actually ran using the 2019 National Survey of Children's Health. This is data collected. I think it's funded by the Maternal and Child Health Bureau and the CDC and folks. And I took some of those things that are meant to capture flourishing, some of those PERMA items, and just looked, how does this appear? What's the distribution of folks across different family structures? And yeah, we do see more kids doing quite well in the nuclear families. But I think it's important to recognize most of the kids in other families are also doing quite well. They're scoring high on this flourishing measure. And yeah, it's an average difference, but it's not this. It's not, you know, most folks are good and most folks are, you know, struggling except for the extremes. In fact, most folks in a variety of families find ways to succeed, find ways to help their kids and help themselves and to do well. Even when we've, you know, again, had maybe disruptions that have resulted in other sorts of family structures and situations. Our research, Dr. Sue Russell's and I's, a lot of it has addressed what differentiates the kids over here in all of these different families and within those families from the kids that are struggling more on this side of the distribution. And again, you know, we'll speak in a moment to this. You know, is it individual things? Is it something about who they are as a kid, their personality? Is there, you know, some motivation or value that they've endorsed that's helped them, or some sense of hope that they've internalized as compared to their peers? on the lower end of this distribution? Is there something that their family members have done? Is there something that adults in their lives have done, or their siblings? Is it something about the rituals? This is one relevant to nutritionists that we'll discuss, but oftentimes meals are very ritualized within families, and they create opportunities for discussion, create opportunities for, how do we decide food choices? What is it, again, that differentiates those who find ways to flourish from those who struggle? I tend to think of this, can we pour some water? My grounds person was probably pissed when they saw me pouring this water on the dandelion out there in the sidewalk. But right, are there things we can do to help that plant flourish and maybe grow stronger and do well despite the fact that it might be in a vulnerable location? But we're also interested in, like I said, what can the community and state and society to do? And I think, ideally, we don't want folks getting in those vulnerable positions in the first place. And it'd be better if I either maybe transported this flower, or when we were first planting it, to make sure it was in some good soil, in a cultivated space with a nice encouraging "you grow girl" stick, to help make sure that plant was primed to do well. And again, I think we need to be doing the same thing for children and families. How do we make sure they're not winding up in a crack in the side of the sidewalk, and that their community is a place where they really can grow and flourish? And I'll pass things over now to Dr. Sue Russell, so she can speak on some of the things we found to help.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chance Russell, as you probably heard my name so many times so far. So Dr. Lupsart Russell and I have been working in the Department of Family Consumer Sciences for the last 4 years. And we have been working with a lot of families. And in terms of myself, as everything that Dr. Russell has mentioned, I actually have studied autonomy supportive parenting for the last decade. And a lot of research I do is actually with very young children. So throughout the next few slides, I may give some examples with my research and in the context of young children or early childhood setting. But I'm sure a lot of findings and research implications can be applicable to whoever you work with. It can be elderly couple, can be a whole family, can be set families with different generations, right? All right. So first of all, the individual factors, I want to acknowledge that, when we think about the previous talk Ingrid gave it to us about we are the system, we are in the system and we are the system. When we say individual factors, we are heavily influenced by the other systems, such as the family level factors, but also the community level factors. But we are also very actively contributing to our surrounding environment and making the influences and changes as well. And when you look at the slide here, I would say the very first one, when you look at perseverance, motivation and determination, that is something to deal with. To what extent are you interested yourself internally, motivated to make a change and to pursue something that is challenging? It could be, your parents recently divorced, or my current research sometimes deal with how parents and children talk about death and dying in the early childhood. And that in itself can be very challenging for the parents, but also for children to make sense of and process and heal eventually. And to what extent, right, children and parents too are interested in, trying to pursue healing methods and motivated to make positive changes. And same thing when you think about in the health science and the nutrition research, to what extent, right, and these children or the parents help the children to make changes in terms of what they eat, what they do in a daily basis, right? And the second point about being adaptive, trying to make, we are in the environment and to what extent we can adjust ourselves, right, to what is going on in our surrounding environment. I don't know anyone has heard the orchids versus dandelions debate, orchid children versus dandelion children. Feel free to make comments in the chat if you want to. Do you think you are an orchid child or person, or a dandelion child or person? Do you have someone like that in your family or people you work with who are like that? After hearing the next very brief descriptions. So according to research, some children are very susceptible to the environment. They're very sensitive to what is going on in their family, in their school, in their neighborhood, just like the orchid. If you know this flower or you've ever had this in your house, you know, right, you really have to be sensitive in terms of the temperature, where the sun comes in, and how much the water, right, you give to this flower every day. When you do, you know, give that attentive care, which is intensive work on your end, they do flourish, right? They, you know, have beautiful flowers and, you know, blossoms, and then they make you feel joyful. But if they are sort of flowers in people's hand, like myself, right, who probably cannot even raise a cactus sometimes, might not be as sensitive to, you know, the temperature of the flower, or, you know, the how much water each day, and trying to maintain, right, the well-being of that flower, and that flower will probably wither, right, won't do as well. But when you think about dandelions, right, out there in the world, especially in springtime, they are doing fine regardless of what people do. There's no people who say, well, I have dandelions in my vase or in my patio. Well, they are just going to grow in the wild, and they are fine with whatever kind of sunshine and water, and same as children. Some children are very resilient and very competent in seeking out opportunities and resources, and self-protective, and they're not as sensitive compared to the orchid children to their environment. And this comes to the next point with goodness of fit, right? Really depending in what sort of families, you know, you have orchid child or dandelion child, and also the certain type of parenting and certain type of resources are also important. For orchid child, they probably need more, right? More sensitive parenting, and probably some sort of overprotective parenting to do really well. But for dandelion children, maybe you don't have to do as much, right? So there's that sort of adaptability. And the very last point on the individual level factor is, you know, instead of looking at what it's lacking, but parents and educators should focus on what is the positive, what is the strength, trying to promote further on the strength. I have worked in the infant and child, infant toddler classroom. You know, for those of you who have young children or who work with young children, it is hard to say, do not do this, right? But they need to know what I can do, right? The positive reinforcements. Well, I really like how you share in that sort of social emotional early educational setting, instead of saying, stop biting. But then what else can I do? Well, try use your words, right? Those sort of positive reinforcements, and that strength-based kind of pedagogy, but also strength-based working methods and parenting. And for us as faculty member here at ISU, the first thing we did after we're hired is to make a quiz response submission on the Strengths Quest, trying to pick out 5 different strengths, right, based on our responses, and then pick one strength to kind of work on throughout the academic year. So instead of fixing what we do not have, which is probably a lot. And the next page, we are going to move forward to the next level, which is the parenting factor. You probably have heard, recently there are, helicopter parenting, right? Gentle parenting. And recently I saw on the news, there's a sitter-visor, wising parenting. All of these trends and the social phenomenon actually point to the autonomy supported parenting. The extent to which, right, the agency is actually being respected by their parents. And same, right, to what extent, right, children, students, your clients are being respected in terms of their agency. For autonomy supported parents, they actually recognize their children's feelings, respect their decision making, their opinions, and involve them, right, in terms of what we do as a family, which include meal time, and include what we cook, right, that sort of decision making, and also not just letting them do whatever they want by themselves, but actually provide that mentorship there. And this autonomy superparenting is guided by self-determination theory. For that, according to Dicey and Ryan, this theory, there's 3 pillars, 3 core psychological needs: autonomy, relatedness, and competence are very important, regardless of individual's age or cultural backgrounds. So this is something I have been studying in different racial backgrounds and also in different cultural contexts in terms of autonomy supportive parenting. In addition to this autonomy supportive parenting, our colleagues and myself also worked on the paper family management practices in terms of, like I said earlier, mealtime. Do families have mealtime together on a daily basis? What do you do at mealtime? Do you talk about, what happened during the day, right? Your school, right? Your work, and also, what do you do in terms of activities, extracurricular activities, and to what extent, children are encouraged and given that resource and access to do activities, or is that individual based? Is that family based, right? And also just by knowing, who the friends are, in one's life, so your child knows, right? These are important to my parents, and they feel they're valued and respected, but also just know, right? They are in good hands during the day. They have good peer influence as well. Next next factor at the same level is about support in the network. And it's not just parents, right? It takes a whole village to raise children nowadays, and also take a village to make positive changes as well. It takes other parents. It can be the other mom or dad or step parents, and can be people in the extended families, including grandparents. Especially if the grandparents are heavily involved. Just like myself, my parents are actually living with us, with my 2 children. So when you think about everyday life routines, especially with mealtime and cooking, I'm now the only person making a decision here. And in addition to these families or people related to you, there's also a support group that's in your local community, but also people who are online. Sometimes they can be strangers, right? Through Facebook or other social network. And the next level is the more kind of macro level, right? The community, what's in the community, and what sort of support and resources at the state level, and what sort of kind of similar to what we heard in the previous presentation in terms of historical influence, right? So the first point related to resources, when you think about myself, right? In my local community, where are the grocery stores, and where are, food pantries, and where we can bring my children to do extracurricular activities, right? These are things really dependent upon, right, where you live, right, your location, and same for the clients. And I don't know if people are going to be living in the same community, right, same county, if that's the same level of accesses, right, to resources. Very related to nutritionists and dietitians about food deserts and food insecurity, like I mentioned earlier about food bank and where the grocery stores are, right? Is that something, right, closer to home? What is something that is closer to, the client's home, things they can access, right? Is that something more boxed food, or is that something more fresh vegetables and fruits? And what are that price level, right? With current inflation as a concern, and probably such issue, we'll probably see more health disparities as a result, and especially when you think about poverty. A lot of people who are in poverty are actually under the age of 18, right? What sort of support, right? You probably know really well, right? The support and through WIC, for example, for these families. When you think about the very last point in terms of income, the access to just the water, the air, the space, and the quality of their houses, it really make me think heavily on the redlining policy, right? This policy has been almost 100 years, but just like what Ingrid discussed, right, it is part of the historical trauma people have to process and eventually find healing mechanism. But this one definitely has a residual impact, and the note that cascading effects as well, right? For certain racial groups who are actually more likely to live in a neighborhood has more pollution, has fewer resources to, maybe the libraries and then the good quality parks, and they're more likely, right, their houses are not as well maintained in the neighborhood. And there's a lot of other factors associated with that neighborhood level issues. And now what do we do, right? Now we're talking about individual, family, and neighborhood, community level factors. What can dietitians and nutritionists do? And I'm not an expert. I just based on my research and my personal experiences, also some of my conversations with my nutrition dietitians students and also colleagues. So at individual level, in terms of motivation, right? Like I mentioned earlier, to what extent, right, can we help them build a positive relationship with food, especially for young children? And I'm saying this out loud here. My child, my 3-year-old, just thinks everything that looks green is yucky. I do not know where that comes from. I trying to provide everything when she was a baby, the puree food, and I ate most of the things during my pregnancy. But somehow she, has learned somewhere this might not be something they see. I really have to pick your brain to kind of help me out here. How do I help her eat more green vegetables, right? In addition to tomatoes or, some proteins. But also full disclosure, I myself have been diagnosed with hypertension. And then when I was pregnant with my second child, my son, and I was diagnosed with gestational diabetes. The boys are troublemakers already, right? So I actually worked with 2 amazing dietitian nutritionists who helped me really well to know what it is, what caused it and what can I do, right, to make the positive change. And right, it's really great to learn the information, but also, right, the way they talk to me really helped me feel motivated to make the changes, which is lifestyle change in general, right? But also it takes a lot of efforts from the family level. Do I have the resources and supportive spouse, my parents who could understand, right? I need to eat something lower on the carb while I was pregnant because, that's for the life of myself, but also the quality of my child, right? Before he was born and afterwards too. So here, right, when you think about autonomy supportive parenting, but also kind of autonomy supportive kind of methods in general, right? In terms of involving children in the cooking process, in the grocery shopping process, and even providing the opportunities to do some gardening, right? And these are some really important kind of practical decision making that children can get involved to make positive changes. And then at the community level, to what extent families actually have access to fresh food instead of a box food. When you look at nutrition facts, the mac and cheese, right, or anything else in the grocery store that's really quick and fast and cheap, it is scary to look at, right, the cholesterol level and the sodium level. I wasn't like that before until I was diagnosed with these 2 different conditions, and I was becoming really conscientious on that. And then also the level, access to, food that is, through food forest and community garden, which we have here, as you see here in this pictures, that chives and the basils and then the tactile garden. There's other small garden that people can enjoy and learn, and the apples in apple orchard, people can, learn about this fresh food, and children can learn about the benefits of this fresh food. But also when you think about this community garden where I worked before, there were, this children learning based community garden. You can just tell the changes, the children before the garden was built, nobody eats the salad. They just like on the ranch and then ketchup. But then after we had this garden, they were involved in this process, sowing the seeds and watering, taking care of the garden, harvesting and donating. And they know the food is from the garden, and they usually, there's not much left for the meals when they have the fresh vegetables and fruits. And the very last point I want to make here, when you think about poverty thresholds, is something I usually talk about in my class on health disparities. The food cost is actually based on 1/3 of family income back in 1960s. But nowadays, especially this year, right, with the inflation, it's very expensive. But, for children and families in the low income families, they do not have that much of, monetary resources to buy something fresh, but also doesn't probably have the time. I usually tell my students, think about this. You can do this right for real, but also can just pretend. But you need to be in the grocery store between 5 and 5:30 p.m. And just think you only have $15 to do a grocery shopping for a family of 4. What do you think you can buy? Something, make sure you are going to be able to feed your 4 people, right? Parents and the children. And what sort of nutrition facts do you think you're going to get from those food? All right. I do have one more point. You're probably wondering, why is noodle here? This is actually from my dissertation. One of the scenario I gave to the parents in low-income families with young children is, if you have cooked a chicken noodle soup for dinner, and your child came around and say, hey, mom, can I put some sugar in it? What do you do and say to your child? And why do you say what you said, right, to the child? So this is something I would just leave it open-ended. I have, my research conducted, and I look forward to hearing your comments and questions and your thoughts regarding to, any of these points. And the very last part, my colleague put lobby and vote, right? When you think about poverty, right? The threshold, the big picture, making the change. You are the system, let's make changes in the system as well. And this is the very last part of our presentation. This has recently happened. We had 2-hour terrible thunderstorm with hails quarter size. And then overnight, nobody was able to sleep. The next morning, I went out and took these 2 pictures of our garden. They survived it. They're really fine, just like what Dr. Russell has talked about, that resiliency and, not just the resiliency, but flourishing. They can, stand through, right, all the adversities, but eventually, you have the system to support each other. That garden is still standing tall because they have each other to support, and then still, be able to still generate the fruit and be flourishing. All right, here's our contact information again and our references, and then looking forward to some discussions with you all.
Thank you guys so much. That super informative. And as a mom, it's just really interesting to think about some of the components that come into parenting and what we can do to support resilience in our kids. With that, a lot of the people that we have watching are working with families and children, obviously. So what can people do as they are supporting families, maybe before some of the policy changes have taken place, just as one-on-one? What can a professional tell the families they're working with to sort of empower them to make some of the changes that you guys talked about? What might that conversation look like?
So I think some of the things, seem really straightforward, right? Like the family management practices stuff is not like super tough, right? It was like, parents who had shared meals. The question was literally, do you know who your kids' friends are, right? And it was kind of a yes, no. It's this big national survey. And then it was, how close are you with your kids? And, do you pay attention to what they're watching on TV? To some extent, that seems like relatively straightforward stuff, I guess, for a lot of folks here. But it's one of those things that many folks don't think to do or don't necessarily have the time to do, especially if I'm stressed out, right? If I'm working multiple jobs or things along those lines. So I think sharing some of those strategies on like, hey, do you think it's possible to have, even if it's a shared meal in your car while you're trying to get someone to the childcare place or the soccer game or whatever, those finding a way to ritualize around eating behavior in particular, I think can be powerful. I mean, this is the other thing too. My dad used to say this, he's like, if I'm eating a potato chip, I'm not doing that because I think it's good for me, right? Like, it's not about needing more knowledge, it's about the potato chips out there at the party, right? And this is something that I enjoy. So I think, talking to folks about, hey, finding ways to ritualize stuff or paying attention to, hey, can we put out some vegetables at the football game as well, can be like simple tricks. They don't take a whole ton of time. Eating can be tough. I know it's chaotic. especially maybe with the single parents and step parents we've interviewed, they've said this is tough to kind of find time to do it. And I agree, but finding, maybe it's a shared snack at some point, and maybe it's, just asking those questions on who are your friends, tell me more about them, and having some curiosity. I don't know, Chong, you also said, you had some folks who motivated you well. You remember what they did?
You mean the dietitians and nutritionists and who really helped me? Yeah, so they basically, it's nothing judgmental, right? Your hypertension, you probably ate all the junk food all the time. They never say all those things, right? Sometimes it's, your genetic or family history, lifestyle change can be damning. But whatever she told me is like, here's where you can buy these fresh produce, but a very good deal. This is the grocery store, which is different from the other grocery store you can get to. They have fresh fruits and vegetables. This is options out there, right? But also listening to my concerns and struggles, but also check in with me how I'm doing in terms of the changes, but also having the positive reinforcement, seeing, oh, you have a water bottle, you are doing really well already. That sort of really small moments to make big changes, make you feel I wanted to make a change instead of you make me to do this when I don't want to, right? It's hard. It's really hard when you think about the time or resources, energy you have to put into that, making the big changes, right?
Yeah, I think you highlighted something really important. A lot of the families that we're serving, our viewers are serving, are experiencing a plethora of issues that might keep them from being able to make some of these changes you recommended. And it might take some unconventional approaches, like sharing a snack together and having that conversation in the car as they drive home or something. And I think some of the ideas that you guys have suggested could be implemented really well with some of those families. Can you talk about for people working in these situations when they're feeling like a dandelion themselves, or as providers, that kind of thing, how we can support ourselves while we're supporting some of these changes in the families that we're serving?
You mean the dandelions or the orchid who needs some better?
Either one. I think both. I think some of us might feel like dandelions, but when we're supporting others, I think some of those things can add up and it can kind of push us the other direction. What does that look like?
Yeah, so the environment, right? I would say, I think you really, when you think about, what we talked about, system level and factors, but also Ingrid shared a lot of system level kind of, the ecological system theory, right? But I think to think about that environmental changes, we really have to think about where they live and how do they get these, fresh produce. If you say, hey, here's a food pantry, it's really good, but they don't have a vehicle, what do we do? Right? Just like, regardless of dandelion, whatever flower that is, if we cover the sun, there's no sunshine, period. Doesn't matter it's a dandelion or orchid, they're not going to grow, right? But how do they get to the sunshine? How do they get to some water to some extent easily, right? Instead of saying going through tails every day so you can get some water, well, that's probably really rough. So when we think about how to help these families, maybe public transportation, do they live by, right, closer to a spot, or maybe there may be a neighborhood that needs this the most, maybe we'll build a community garden nearby, right? And then we can have donation local, so then they don't have to take transportations.
Yeah. But to your point, Emily, too, about how do I make sure I'm flourishing ideally as a helper, right? You got to put on kind of your oxygen mask, right, before you can effectively get them on others. And especially, sometimes joke with it's like a good do-gooder career, right? It's exhausting to be emotionally invested in other folks. And yet that's usually what it takes. I mean, that's the difference. Sometimes it's, in order for someone to feel like you care, you have to authentically care. But that makes us vulnerable, right? I think you got to be thoughtful about what is it that recharges me. And I think you got to advocate to the higher ups too. I mean, I know the voting lobbying thing, I think we got to demand some of these higher level changes. We got to point out, if you want me to serve clients effectively, this is the time. I can't have 2 minutes with them. We're wasting everyone's time if that's not enough time for me to actually create a positive change for folks. I know that's not that doesn't always feel great, but I think it's important to at least, get that out there, to try and start those, system level changes. I think you got to figure out, how do I recharge your own battery, right? Is that something I can do in the evenings or in the mornings? Or, I'm trying to be more conscious about getting out and taking a walk so that I don't spend like a year of the pandemic in a windowless office talking to black boxes, right? Like I think a lot of folks are recognizing like that probably wasn't good for my mental health, right? So what do we do? Is there small things? Get some sunlight, go for a walk, take the stairs. That's sort of, I think being specific in advice can be helpful to clients too. I'm like, here's a small change. You don't have to get in an hour of exercise a day. Let's start with 5 minutes. Let's start with can you take 10 steps more, and we'll get to the other stuff later, but let's celebrate that success on the small stuff. I think you got to do that for yourself, do that for clients, ideally too.
I love that. I think a lot of what you shared is really important. I think the part where you said, can you, and not you need to, is also really valuable. And I appreciate that a lot too. And small achievable goals. I love all of that. So I just want to thank you both so much for joining us today. The work that you're doing and what you've shared with us, I think, is so approachable and usable in our work. And I really appreciate that.
All right, it is 3 o'clock and we are back from our break to start our second half of the colloquium. Thank you so much to all of our participants and panelists that are still here. We really enjoyed the first 3 presentations, and now we're going to hear from Sarah Mers. Sarah is the founder of the ACE Resilience in Wake County initiative, which, along with partners, has now raised awareness and educated more than 16,000 residents of Wake County. She has also co-founded the Capital Area Food Network, which went on to write the Wake County Food Security Plan. Sarah consults with communities and organizations on building and implementing initiatives and nonprofit organizational management and strategy. So without further ado, please help me in welcoming Sarah.
Well, hi there. I am so glad to be here with so many of you. Thank you for including me, and thank you, Alex. So let me share my screen. I hope you all got to get up and move around and get some of the wiggles out, and we will do a little bit of interactive stuff so you won't have to be still the entire time that I'm talking. Okay, so we are going to talk about food insecurity as an adverse childhood experience. We'll talk about resilience and the resilient zone, things we can do right now, and trauma-informed practices at work, and then we're leaving time for some conversation. So first of all, we have had an extraordinary couple of years, and I think people are coming out of it now, but we've spent a long time feeling isolated. Many people were isolated together, and many people were having solitary experiences that were communal, because all across the country, people were having these experiences. So it's a lot of shared experiences, even if people were having them in isolation. So I like to start by asking, and I'll tell you, the chat is not enabled for me, so I wouldn't see your responses. But please think through what helped you cope. And you may have needed something early on that was helpful, and then later in the pandemic, months in or a year in, you might have found different coping mechanisms. I'll share a couple of things that have been helpful to me. I used to do a lot of yoga, like really a lot of yoga, and the pandemic hit. I couldn't go to classes, and I just stopped. But what I found was I could take walks. I took a lot of walks. I had a couple of friends who felt safe walking outside, so I had a couple of social walking buddies. I talked on the phone a lot, so I stayed socially connected in that way. And even when I couldn't bring myself to do yoga, which was quite often, sometimes I did a couple online classes, but not very much, I could bring myself at times to do a couple of poses that are still, that are reset activities. They reset the nervous system. One of those is child's pose with your forehead on the ground. That is very grounding, and it's a nervous system reset that can change some of the activity in your body and your brain. Another one is legs up the wall, laying on your back, legs up the wall, just how it sounds. I have a friend who's a yoga teacher, and she used that to talk someone through a panic attack one time. They spent 10 minutes doing that, and the person was more okay after that. When I've asked this question before, including a group I was speaking with last night, a lot of people talked about walking, talked about time outdoors, time with pets, time with friends, if they were able to do that safely, often outdoors, other exercise. A couple of people talked about meditation and taking time for themselves. So there were a lot of themes in what I have heard from a whole bunch of groups of people. And you will see that those are consistent with the resilience building strategies we'll talk about that we know work. So first, talking about food insecurity, the original list of adverse childhood experiences that was put together and then researched about 20 years ago included 5 forms of abuse and neglect, and then a number of other difficult experiences, like somebody in the household having a mental health issue or a substance abuse problem, a parent in jail, a couple of others. In recent years, some of the people doing the survey with clients and patients have been adding to the list as they observe other things that are traumatic experiences. And so some of those additions have been, and so these are not data-based, but we do know they're traumatic events. Living in an unsafe community, experiencing bullying, racism, living in foster care, being afraid of being deported or losing a family member to deportation, and hunger. So there are a couple of studies in particular. The National Library of Medicine has something showing that ACEs exposure in childhood is associated with an increase in food security among young adults, and that experiencing 4 or more ACEs are associated with a 3.4 time increase in food insecurity among young adults. And you likely know, if you're familiar with ACEs, that the question is not typically what ACEs you have experienced, but how many. And so being able to say 4 or more has a certain measurable impact. That is consistent with how the ACEs research was done. Now, Drexel University also, they quantified this a little differently and showed that higher ACEs scores were significantly associated with greater severity of food insecurity. So the more of those things someone had experienced, the more severe food insecurity or hunger they might experience. And also that there was a strong correlation between physical and emotional abuse with very low food security, which means high rates of hunger. So how do we make it better? So the Drexel study recommended, first of all, a 2-generation approach focusing on parents and caregivers' needs, and then focusing on trauma-informed systems. And we're going to talk about that some. Other recommendations are referring people to resources if you're working with someone or around someone where you learn that hunger is an issue. And then social and economic policies make a big difference in hunger. You know, in the last couple of years, with so much federal funding going to increase SNAP benefits and universal free school lunch, which wasn't the case before, child hunger rates have dropped. And they also dropped substantially since the 80s when they were very, very high. So we know that social and economic policy makes a difference. So moving on, that's the tough stuff. And now we'll talk about keys to resilience. What helps? So we know that relationships and connections help. There's a ton of research, and you may have heard, oh, there's a national campaign called Be the One, Prevent Child Abuse America, has a campaign called One Caring Adult. Cultivating relationships is a really big deal. There are skills we can practice, and you can make your body an ally. And so much of this is in the body. It's in the body. It's not just thinking and something we can think our way into or out of. I like to talk about shame and self-judgment. Sometimes we don't like how we feel, and we'd like to feel different than we do. There's a training, a book and a whole body of work called Nonviolent Communication. And that takes the approach that when there is conflict, we have 4 choices to make. They talk about the giraffe as being compassion and the jackal as judgment and attack. So the options are focus compassion on yourself or focus compassion on the other, judge yourself or judge the other. And the compassion route, when you're able to take it, feels better. It feels better. And you can shift to it, even if it's not where you start from. I worked with a coach for years who, if I was in a place where it was very hard for me to see a different possibility, where I had a negative thought and I believed it was true. Maybe I knew it wasn't necessarily true, but it felt true. You can't just make an affirmation that's the opposite of how you feel and have it feel good. It feels terrible to say something that doesn't feel true. So her phrasing was, can I imagine that it might be possible that maybe, just maybe, that isn't true, or that maybe, just maybe, this will work out. And that's been really helpful to me. Keep in mind, as public health professionals, you work with all different kinds of clients. You may not feel judgment towards someone, but people can have a shame trigger where they are judging themselves, and it impacts their health outcomes. It impacts how you guys work together. So whatever you can do to show compassion can be very, very helpful. We want to put our own oxygen mask on first, because that changes how we are with other people. And we'll talk about the resilient zone. This is from Resources for Resilience. And that middle zone, the mid-green color, the idea is that is the area that we operate in where we're okay, we're relatively steady. Something may surprise us or excite us. We might feel sad, but we're okay. We can moderate our thoughts and our behavior. There are things we can do that we'll be talking about that broaden that resilient zone. And you can practice those when you're just fine and it broadens your resilient zone. You can practice them when you've been jolted out of that zone to get back in more quickly and be more comfortable. Now you'll see there's the orange and there's the dark blue. So when someone has a jolt, it can be a real threat. It can be a trigger that makes someone recall a previous threat and kind of go into that biological reaction. It can be a real physical threat. It can be a threat to the ego or somebody's perception or self-worth, right? So we recognize when people have a strong external reaction, when they get angry, if they yell, if they seem agitated, if they behave a little bit erratically, we see that and we know someone's been jolted out of their zone. People also can shut down, get depressed, get quiet, withdraw, and we don't always see that. Sometimes it's not a behavior change, it's just where they're at. And sometimes it is a behavior change that we may or may not notice. In classrooms, so often the kids who are perceived as acting out, where it's visible, people know they need some help. They may or may not get it, but people can tell there's something going on. Some of the really good kids, the kids who are compliant, don't make trouble, and are labeled as good kids, they may be having the same stress reactions and just responding to it differently. So we want to broaden that zone. We want to be able to get back into it more quickly when we're jolted out. And we want to be able to help other people get back into their resilient zone more quickly also. You know, when somebody gets knocked out of this zone, whether they are amped up or shut down, the processing part of the brain, the intentional thinking, problem solving part shuts down. We are unable to process, and people go into autopilot. They go into fight or flight. So we want to broaden that zone. You hear a lot about self-regulating, and I will say that people learn to self-regulate by seeing others, by co-regulating first, and then learning to do it for ourselves. So what we can do it for yourself because it's good for you, but also do it for yourself so others observe it and recognize it. Children get in sync with parents. So simply being more regulated can calm a child down or make them more comfortable. It's true with grown-ups too. The 20-second hug. Now this is obviously something you would only do with somebody you're very close with. We want to honor boundaries and feelings of safety for ourselves and others. And in very close relationships, one way to co-regulate, make yourself feel better, make the other person feel better, is a 20-second hug. And there's something about 20 seconds that gives a body time for someone's heart rate to begin matching the heart rate of the person who's calmer, breathing rate too. So when you go into stress, there's fight, flight, freeze, fawn, and now there's talk about affiliate, which is making social connections to increase safety. So we're going to do a grounding exercise, and everyone's in front of the screen. So we'll do it together, but you are alone in your space. You can do it however you want. You don't have to. You can stand up to do this. I like how that feels. You also can sit. And if you're sitting, you want your feet on the floor. Take your hands and set them on the tops of your legs, palms down. If you feel comfortable, you can close your eyes, but you don't need to, totally optional. And take a deep breath. I have to remind myself to take the deep breath. I want to pause and not breathe. And now drop a grounding cord. Imagine roots of trees coming through the base of your spine, through your hips and your legs. You are growing roots down into the ground. So through your thighs, through your calves, through the bottoms of your feet, reaching down comfortably. You don't have to stretch. Just let it move down through the structure of the house or the building you're in, through the dirt and layers of clay and stone. Just keep feeling those roots, moving deeper and deeper into the earth until they are in the middle of the earth. And take another breath. And then you can also notice and bring up this grounded, still, safe, comfortable earth energy. Let it come into your body the same way nutrients nourish trees from below. And bring that up through your feet, through your calves, your thighs, to just below your belly button. And just let it be there. And if you had more time to do this, or if you like how it feels and you don't really feel like listening more, you can sit in this space and continue focusing on the roots going down and the calming stillness coming up. You also, at a different time, you can stretch your arms into the air or not. You can imagine the sun shining down and that warmth and sun energy moving through your body and meeting the grounding energy just below your navel. So if your eyes are closed, you can open them. If you're standing, you can sit, but do whatever you want. Nobody can see you. And ordinarily, I would be asking people to put into the chat what you perceived, what you notice. And some people don't like this one, doesn't work for them. It's okay. There are a ton of things people can try. Some people love how this feels. Sometimes people don't feel a single thing. Descriptions that I heard last night, somebody said, actually a number of people said they felt more settled. Someone said they felt calmer. Someone said they felt heavy, which sometimes means you are feeling the tiredness that your body already had that maybe you weren't noticing before. A lot of people talk about feeling calmer or more settled. Some people talk about noticing their breathing changing a little bit. So other things we can do, eating, sleeping, exercise, walking and running, you know, those are basic self-care things. A lot of people feel, you know, guilt or shame that we should be doing those things more than we do. You can just drop that. Anything you do is positive. Anything counts. And even if something isn't a regular practice, if you feel upset, you can take a short walk. It might be helpful. Singing, the exhale is longer than the inhale. That's a calming thing, and it's a nervous system reset. Time in nature, whether you are still or moving, there's all this data about how time in nature changes what's going on with us physiologically. Just read something saying that even 2 hours a month in the woods has benefits around blood pressure and a couple of other measures for an entire month. I personally love the grounding. I like leaning against a tree for a minute. Anything that engages all 5 senses is in the realm of mindfulness or meditation activity. You don't have to meditate with your eyes closed. That changes brain activity too. And positive self-talk, as long as you say things that you believe maybe, possibly could be true, as long as it feels like it might be true, that can be helpful. So we know from research that resilience is not from unusual or extraordinary traits. It's something that is developed. It can be learned. The research shows safe, stable, and nurturing relationships are so important to building resilience, and the focus on relationships and social connection comes up over and over. In communal societies, one study showed soldiers returning home from war, this isn't just from serving in the military, but returning home from war, have lower rates of PTSD. And the tie there was the communal societies. So we know when there's stress, whether it reaches the level that you would consider trauma or whether it's just stress, it impacts neural pathways and it impacts brain development. Thinking back to the resilient zone slide, you know, when children experience a trauma over and over, or when they are repeatedly jolted out of their zone, it affects their brain development and the brain wiring. But the good news is, as children and as adults, we can do rewiring. We've got this thing called neuroplasticity, and it is good news. We have, when there's stress, a chemical stress reaction. The body learns it and gets into a pattern. So we want to interrupt that pattern, and you can interrupt it by laying the groundwork before it even happens. You can interrupt it once you're aware you are having that response. And again, we're talking about things we can do for ourselves also because we can do them for other people. You know, so often people want to skip the self-care piece. When I was first learning about trauma, I didn't want to talk about self-care. I wasn't interested. I was like, I do the best I can for myself. And what I want to do is change the world. Let's change policies and practices and the services people get. Well, guess what? We're the ones implementing the policies and the practices and doing the hands-on work or managing the people who are doing the hands-on work. And we have to do it for ourselves to make a cultural shift and a shift in service delivery. So we also know that ordinary and extraordinary events can cause trauma. A very high rate, more than half of adult orthopedic patients are diagnosed with full-on PTSD. A lot of children who have orthopedic trauma, that means, break a bone, show PTSD symptoms. And the explanation of that, according to Dr. Peter Levine, who I just love, he talks about the combination of fear and restraint increasing PTSD or PTSD symptoms. Fear alone doesn't necessarily cause PTSD. Being restrained, you might not be scared. And restraint can be physical restraint, or it can be medical restraint, being put under an injection to calm you. So we want to unpair, when we can, the fear and the physical restraint. We also know there's a huge opioid connection between trauma, or a huge connection between trauma and opioids. So again, some of the things that build resilience and mitigate stress, we've talked about some of those: counseling and mindfulness, especially meditation, although there are a lot of kinds of mindfulness, including perceiving with different senses. Those can help. There's a survey, if you're familiar with the ACEs, especially if it's somewhat distressing to you, as it is to many of us, thinking, oh no, I had X, Y, and Z experiences as a child. Am I doomed? Or is this going to impact my long-term health? Well, there's a survey called the Resilience Survey that can be helpful in reframing our thoughts and perception around that. It focuses on assets and skills, good experiences. You can take it one time from the perspective of, what did you believe as a child? I believed one of my parents loved me, yes or no. Well, in retrospect, you take it a second time with your adult perspective. You may see that you have grown resilient with a greater understanding or recognition of things as you have aged. You also may see places where you're a little bit stuck, where there's an opportunity to build resilience. And again, the connection with others is so powerful. Dr. Levine, who I just mentioned, he talks about shaking and trembling as a release of trauma, and how uncontrolled body movement, it's relieving stress, it's letting stress out of your system. And so if you notice that you are shaking, or somebody else is shaking after being upset, or you don't even know if anyone was upset, let your body do that. You don't need to make that stop. It's a positive release. So sometimes people talk about trauma-informed care, specifically in a medical setting or social services setting. This is about becoming trauma-informed as organizations, and not just how do we deliver services. So key principles are safety, and that includes the feeling of safety, feeling safe, transparency and trustworthiness, understanding what's happening and being told what's going to happen next, especially if someone's in an unfamiliar situation, giving people choices, collaboration, the shared decision-making that is so in line with motivational interviewing, not the top-down prescriptive, here's the solution to your problem, which may be the solution to someone's problem, but if they're not going to do it or implement it, then it isn't, because it doesn't help. But people have a lot of ideas themselves if you work with them of what will be helpful. And then empowerment. And so we want to do those within our organizations, not just with the people we work with. There's a whole continuum of trauma aware, becoming more trauma sensitive, and becoming trauma informed. It's a process. There are a lot of trainings in this. One training probably won't get you there, and it's something you can move in the direction of. So a few examples: when somebody comes to your office, if you walk in front of them, not behind them, that can support a feeling of safety. In juvenile detention and some shelters, some of them at night dim the lights but don't turn them off because people had scary experiences in the dark. Waiting room furniture. If you're getting new waiting room furniture, using chairs with arms or simply chairs that have separation, not a couch. People know that they sit down, no one's going to come sit too close to them. That can be a trigger. And trust exercises, you know, if we were all together while we were doing that grounding exercise, I would not have said, everyone close your eyes, because people don't always feel safe. It's an option. You know, trust exercises of falling back into people you don't know who are going to catch you. I would not do that. I didn't feel safe doing that as a kid. Here's a story. Co-regulation and self-soothing. A friend of mine was the school social worker of the year, social worker for 30 years, and he was teaching a method called CREM, Community Resiliency Model. Very similar to the Resources for Resilience is where that came from. He did a training. It was over 2 days, one on a Sunday and one on the following Sunday. There was a school social worker. She went to the training the first day, went to school the next day, and had a child sent to her about 8 years old who'd gotten upset in the classroom, acted out, was disruptive. And so he got sent to her. She was supposed to fix it. So she asked him, and she didn't know what had happened, didn't know what had made him upset. She asked him, do you want to take a walk outside with me? So they did that. So you notice she offered him a choice, and outside is awesome. Not always an option, but fantastic. She didn't start a conversation. They walked around. She said, look around and tell me what colors you see. So she's doing mindfulness with him and engaging a different sense, changing brain activity. And then she says, do you want to lean against this wall with me? So they lean against the wall, they're grounding. She doesn't have to talk about this, they're just doing it. They're quiet. And a minute later, she says, are you ready to go back inside with me? And he says, yes. He goes back to the classroom. The next morning, the teacher says to her, what did you do with that child? She thought she was in trouble, but it turns out he started getting agitated later that day again. He got up out of his seat, started walking around the back of the classroom saying, what are my colors? And then he sat down. And so those things that she practiced were nervous system resets. She wasn't trying to teach him those tools at that time. She just wanted to get him out of the place he was at. And he learned. He learned for himself so quickly. Another thing that we can do at reset is the imagination, the visualizing. The key to it is you want to feel the feeling you desire or feel the feeling you are wanting to recall. So if you're thinking of a time you felt deeply happy, feel that feeling of happiness in your body. Same with feeling at peace. Try to bring it into that next level because that's where your body registers it. All right, I am going to share for just a moment. This will be quick and we're not going to do the whole thing. Whoops. Oh, you guys. Let me try this again. Okay, so just do this for just a moment.
Sarah, it looks like there's no sound coming through.
Can you all hear this?
No,
No, we can't hear it.
pace, he makes you wanna push, he makes you wanna shove. There's a way to calm that monster, bring out the monster love.
Breathe, gonna breathe right through it, belly breathe. This is how you do it. Breathe, gonna breathe right through it, belly breathe. This is how you do it. Belly go out and in and out. That's what belly breathing is all about. Feel your belly go in and out and out and in.
And now I feel like myself again.
Belly breathe, gonna breathe right
Everybody
through it, belly
just,
breathe.
yeah,
This is how you
come on,
do it.
just
Breathe, gonna breathe right
everybody
through it,
just
belly breathe, belly breathe.
We were counting, finally nothing. We count.
Oh, bear with me. Thank you for your patience. So I'm so sorry about the sound at the beginning of that. I hope you were able to take a couple of breaths, and I'm glad the captions were on. I just think this is adorable. Okay, so talking about SAMHSA's Principles of Trauma-Informed Response, they talk about events, experiences, and effects, about realization, recognition, responding, and resisting re-traumatization. And you know, one thing to be aware of when it comes to trauma-informed care or trauma-informed response, people often think in terms of, oh, we don't want to re-traumatize people. Well, that's true, we really don't. We also don't want to create trauma where there was none before. And so becoming more trauma-informed as organizations and practitioners, it has a double benefit, right? So in clinical settings, this is a process. You want to do it with all staff as you're doing training. It's not just the providers, it's your receptionists, it's the people who work in the cafeteria. We're looking for a shift in work environment and culture, not just the service delivery. Self-care is so important to this. You want to welcome people, use their name, use eye contact. Your tone of voice makes such a difference. You know, if someone says to me, well, hi, Sarah, I'm so glad to see you. I feel that differently than somebody just glancing at me and saying hi or not making eye contact. And then we can give people choices. I'm going to skip a couple of these. The serve and return, back and forth, listening, asking for clarification, and summarizing can be very helpful. Very helpful, because if you are misunderstanding what somebody's saying or they haven't been clear, that communication can feel off and like it's not a connection to them or not productive. Using curiosity can be very helpful. Planning ahead for triggers, and now this is your own triggers, like I tend to get really stressed when I'm in a meeting with so-and-so, what can I do differently? Or I'm going to plan to do a grounding exercise. You know, you can set your hands on the top of the table and press down. You can put your hands on the bottom of your chair seat as you are just sitting. Squeeze it or pull up. That can be grounding and shift attention. And then you want to notice what might be a trigger for other people and see what you can do to mitigate. Remember, people can't process. People cannot process when they're being triggered, whether they are really in danger or feeling in danger. Remember the compassion piece. Try to identify feelings, and then collaborative problem solving, so helpful. If you are ever in a situation where as a practitioner or provider, you are told to ask the ACEs questions, and you know, some medical practices are starting to do this. For the most part, they do a lot of planning and a lot of training, but that's not always happening. And sometimes people feel very uncomfortable asking such personal questions. This is just, if you ever are in a circumstance where it is or becomes part of your job to ask those questions, look this up. Mount Sinai, a couple of psychiatrists, they just have some wonderful guidance on that. And then again, I'm going to come back, motivational interviewing. Look that up if it's not something that you already do or are familiar with. It can be a great resource. All right, there's so much more I want to say, but let's talk. I see one question in the chat from earlier. Do ACE adults demonstrate food insecurity behavior despite having adequate food security? So Jane, that is an excellent question, and I'm afraid I don't know the answer to it. I'll Google it later.
Yes, we can definitely add that to the follow-up questions for speakers and panelists to ask after the colloquium. And I think that's a really great question to ask. And I just love your approach to saying that we need to make sure as community healthcare providers that we fill our cup up, or we put our oxygen mask on first. Because if our cup is empty, if we don't have the oxygen, we can't serve those that we're trying to serve. And I think that's a really great point that you're making. But I did have one question. You know, you talked a lot about rewiring those neural connections to disrupt or stop trauma. And you talked about the mindfulness aspect of it. But what are maybe some other ways that people can rewire their neural connections? Is it just mindfulness, or is it there's other stuff? And is that something that's done consciously or subconsciously?
Well, so you can choose to do behaviors that have those benefits. You don't have to imagine something happening in your brain, certain behaviors. So for example, walking shifts what's going on in the brain. Meditation does, and there's a lot of data around it. Mindfulness activities, you know, I described that little boy looking for colors. That's a mindfulness activity. He did it with his eyes open. He wasn't trying to meditate, but things that engage other senses, like looking for things of a certain color, or listening for a sound, or feeling textures, using your senses other than just wherever you're at, right? Like we may have our eyes open but not be looking in the same way or for things. All of those shift brain activity, and what it does is helps bring the problem solving part of your brain back online. It settles down that, sometimes we call it the lizard brain, that fight or flight area at the back of our head that is, it's about survival, but it's not about thinking and processing. So it shifts where that activity is happening. And the more you can be in that other place where you're capable of processing or perceiving, the easier it is for your body to get there. And so that's why we talk about things like, you know, walking, healthy food, sleeping, the physical movement, being outdoors. The more you do those, the bigger your bandwidth and the easier it is for your body to get back there. And if you feel like you're totally not regulated and all over the place, it's okay. It's okay. Just do it a little bit and it'll get a little better.
Yeah, and I think that's really great that you say do, you know, baby steps and practical things. And that kind of goes with what Ingrid was talking about repairing our DNA. So you're stopping those thoughts, you're rewiring those neural connections, but you're also healing the DNA as well. And so that all kind of like comes together. And audience members, feel free to put your questions in the question and answer box, because I'm just going to ask Sarah all my questions if there's none others that come through. But I also really liked what you were saying about how this applies to an organizational structure as well, and how like we can help as individuals, but it's within the organization that we're in. So how can we influence the organization that we're in to help the community or the employees in the organization with these techniques?
So one thing, a first step, and again, people just want to skip this. I always want to skip it and go to the external problem solving, right? One is pay attention to your own feelings and behaviors. The more you're able to do that, the better you can connect and be present with other people. And that social connection and feeling of mutual understanding, or even if you are just trying to understand the other person, that feels good. It is part of creating that safer feeling environment. So working to shift the way you engage with colleagues is one thing to do. Talking with colleagues about this. Hey, I just heard something about becoming a trauma-informed organization. What do you know about that? Or, do you want to do a couple of searches with me and see if there are ideas we can get, right? So starting with peers is good. Some of your practices, if it were your job to put a needle in somebody's arm, just telling them what you're doing ahead of time, what they're going to feel, you're going to feel a little poke. Telling someone what's going to happen ahead of time is really helpful. That's something you can do no matter what your work is. And then you really need to shift an organizational culture. You need top leadership, you need management, and you need the practitioners. And so ultimately, you want to engage those folks. And so as you get a little bit of an idea about this, you can ask your supervisor or your manager, what do they know? Or, hey, I heard X, Y, and Z. Are you interested in blah, blah, blah? And if you can give an example or a story, that can be helpful. You do want all of the levels of power in your organization ultimately, but you don't have to start with all of them.
Yeah, and I think that's really great because with the organization can help the staff is able to better help the population that they're serving, and then the organization is better to help the population that they're serving. Somebody put in the chat that their organization hired somebody to support employee mental health with acupuncture and counseling and all of that, and that's really great. I saw somewhere, I can't remember where this was, but this organization they transferred like a small room into like a quiet space where there was a diffuser and the lights were low, and employees could go in there and just settle themselves and ground themselves like you were talking about, and they were seeing some really great outcomes from that. But if we're talking about community health workers supporting themselves to support others, how do community health workers, how do they talk about these ideas with their population, talking about like using trauma-informed care, or not saying using trauma-informed care, but telling their population about grounding and taking care of themselves? How is that brought up from like the provider to community level?
Well, that really depends on the setting you're in. If you are working one-on-one with someone, for example, I've been working with Duke Population Health a little bit, and they have a Medicaid population base that they're working with. So people have all kinds of social determinants of health impacting what their access is and what their behaviors are. They use a lot of motivational interviewing. They do a lot of collaborative problem solving. One person said to me that she asks, what have you done before that has helped or that has made you feel a little better? And then whatever the person says, whether it's social support or I take a walk or a deep breath, whatever it is, I ask for help. I take a minute for myself. Whatever they say gets affirmed, and then they talk about it a minute more to try to come up with some other ideas. And so that is a moment when someone can offer suggestions or say, what would you think of doing X or Y when you feel stressed? So those are some ways to plant little seeds. And then in at least medical and public health settings where people are receiving services, I always forget if it's the American Academy of Pediatrics, but they have this whole book on childhood trauma and healing trauma. They talk about motivational interviewing as being so important, and they also work to model certain behaviors with parents so the parents can learn them for their children. And so being enthusiastic, shifting their tone of voice to show to show being glad to see someone. And oh, I just lost my train of thought. Okay, well, I got to skip it, but there are things, oh, and catching parents being good, making observations about behaviors a parent may be doing with their child that they know are healthy development or supportive behaviors, that can affirm someone to do those more. And just modeling what you want the parent to do in terms of how you engage with the child.
Yeah, that's a really great point of like commenting on positive behaviors. And that sounds like a really great resource for community health workers that are working in that population to check out. I hadn't heard of that resource before, so I'm definitely going to check that out. But I really enjoyed your insight, and I know you're going to be speaking on the panel as well to tell us more about your organization in Wake County. So I'm really excited to hear more about that specifically in the panel. But now I'm going to turn it over to Emily, who is going to moderate our panel and to welcome our panelists on. So stay right there, Sarah, because you're still coming up.
All right. Thanks, Alex. And thanks, Sarah. I'm excited for you to be part of this next part as well. Hello, everyone. I am Emily Wojtowicz. I'm a doctoral candidate and a maternal and child health trainee at the University of Tennessee. I use she, her pronouns. I have viewed today's presentations from the perspective of someone who has lived through and experienced adverse childhood experiences, but also experienced the privilege afforded by whiteness. Just want to make sure I'm acknowledging some of these things that impact my views. And aside from my own lived experiences, in the years I worked for WIC as a dietitian and a lactation consultant, I have seen how ACEs affect families and children. I've also witnessed the mitigating impact we have as nutrition and public health professionals as we empower families to make small and productive changes to reduce the short and long-term impacts of ACEs. So today we're going to talk to this amazing group of panelists, professionals from all across the board that work with families every day. And so what I'd like to start with is first, I am going to invite everybody, I'll call on you by name, but please take 2 to 3 minutes, just tell us who you are and what experiences you have working with adverse childhood experiences. So Sarah, I know you just gave your talk, Sarah Mers, but would you please just give us a little background and how it relates to the panel?
Sure. Well, I'm Sarah Mers and I consult and I do a lot of organizational management, and I also work with communities that are working to build resilience, and that can be building partnerships, putting some of that work into practice. Oh, there is so much I want to share. It's hard to focus and hard to not jump into the question that you gave me in advance. I will share with you one thing that has just blown me away. So there's the initiative locally that I've done that I love so much. I'm working with a Minneapolis nonprofit right now that does resilience work with first responders. They've worked with Doctors Without Borders in South Africa. They are currently working with Hennepin EMS with 200 people who go on emergency calls all day, every day, and see and experience incredible traumas and are with people in what may be the worst moment of their lives. And then they get another call, right? And they have to do it again. Well, this group is providing trauma-informed psychological services. They're providing base trainings, foundational trainings in trauma, body response, ways to build resilience, practice sessions. Then they do critical incident support when something particularly awful has happened and people need more support, the EMS workers. They have been asked by a major public safety organization in the United States that is famous for its troubles to come in and provide services. And I cannot wait to see what happens next because there's a huge need. There's a huge need. And so if we can help traumatized first responders, I will tell you that the services the community gets will change.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Jen, I have you up next. Can you tell us a little bit about your work with adverse childhood experiences?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Jennifer Ressamano. I am an assistant professor of practice and the MPH program director here at UTK Department of Public Health. So my lens really focuses a lot on the public health perspective. My work actually really focuses primarily on the LGBTQ population. So obviously ACEs and trauma throughout childhood could adversely affect the LGBTQ population as they move into adulthood. But additionally, I'm the current chair of the Food Policy Council here in Knoxville. So I work with a lot, in that role, I work with a lot of community members doing amazing work, battling food insecurity and working directly with children in Knox County school systems, people from the social service sector, people from working with United Way, and basically people from all sorts of areas within the community that are all kind of working collectively and as a community to really resolve some issues of food insecurity and kind of think about ways in which the community can come together to work on these issues.
That is huge. Thank you so much for being here. I think we'll learn a lot from you today. Thank you. All right, Lakeisha, I have you next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lakeisha Gomes, and I am a social worker by profession and trade. Position, I'm the Assistant Director of Clinical Services for Girls at the Rose Center in Memphis, Tennessee with Youth Villages. And a lot of my experience over the last 14 years has been working directly with young individuals, girls and boys, who have been impacted by trauma and how that trauma has now played out in their fullness of life, even once we have already met additional components of their life, so such as safety and wellness and even clinical therapeutic needs, and just looking at how that has continued to impact. Most recently, we have also been working closely and learning a lot more of how ACEs has impacted young individuals with eating disorders and how that has been impactful to them being able to be successful as young people, combating their trauma, but then transitioning to be independent and taking care of themselves and working there. And so I have just enjoyed being able to navigate some of those things here at Youth Villages, being a soundboard for advocating for the clinical needs of those young people as we prepare them for healthy and successful discharges.
That's amazing. You're doing a lot of the work on the ground that we've been talking about all day today. So thank you so much for sharing that. All right, Sarah C., you're up.
Hi, my name is Sarah Covey. I am a certified recovery peer support specialist. I work for a nonprofit behavioral health organization here in South Florida. Our program is called the Family Intensive Treatment Team. We are contracted with the Department of Children and Families. So we help families who they have come into care due to mental health or substance use concerns. And we really get to treat the generational ACEs, right? So we have the parents who experienced things in childhood that may have led to their difficulties in adulthood. And we get to use that as a teaching tool because their kids are now involved with the system. So it's really interesting to be able to see it from both angles. And we get to use that as a teaching tool with our parents so that we can reduce the ACEs that their children experience.
Awesome. Thank you. Super relevant to all the things we're learning about today and then the things that we're moving forward to talk about. All right, Tyler, let's hear from you, please.
All right, my name is Tyler White. I'm the director of the UT Culinary Institute. And here at UT, we have the Food for Vols program, which is a program that reclaims unused food from all of the UT campus. And we redirect that food back to food insecure students through our Big Orange Pantry, as well as sending food out into 4 counties, including Knox, to places like Carm, and we have halfway houses and some other ministries and things like that. So we don't work directly necessarily with the youth, but the food that we collect goes out to some of the organizations that may be working with the youth. So we're big into the food insecurity. We collect it, we repackage it, we repurpose it, and then we make sure that we distribute it out to those in need.
That's awesome. So with this group that we have here, it sounds like there's an impact all the way from top to bottom, all across the socio-ecological model. So I'm so glad that you're all with me. So I'm just going to open it up. If you feel like you have an answer to the questions, feel free to chime in. And one of the big questions that we want to talk about is that, can you tell us a little bit about the resources you use supporting children and families as they're experiencing ACEs or as they're overcoming results of experiencing ACEs in the past?
So I'll just jump on in. So here at Youth Villages, all of the clinical work that we do, and I'm saying all of the clinical work because we do service a capacity of children and families. So our programming needs do provide services for children and families and community. So similar to how Sarah spoke, being contracted with her local state there, we are contracted with the state of Tennessee, but we also have other state contracts as well. And so with that, our services yield from community-based services to residential services, and some of those being family preservation services, working with those families to prevent those children from coming into custody. And so with that, all of the therapy that we do provide is all research-based. And we also provide therapy and structure based on many of the ACEs research studies that have impacted the population that we work with, primarily at a glance, even across the board, regardless of what part of Tennessee a family is from, or if they are a family from Ohio or Wisconsin, the common denominator are they have been impacted by ACEs, similar to what others have shared, generational of ACEs as well. And so with that, we work twofold and tenfold, honestly. And what I mean by that is we work to directly address the trauma through therapy, understanding that the trauma also has a behavior component compared to it. Some of that behavior component may not be as significant as others, depending on the family and the child, but we work to identify that trauma to then work to that through that therapeutic need in order to be able to help that family provide that stability. Well, also with that though, we still have life happening for families. And so if we are working with families that are kind of in their in-between, you have families that have their own drug and alcohol needs or concerns. You have families that are in transition with employment, housing. And so at times they are still combating ACEs in the very moment that we're working with them. And so we work to partner our families with our community-based services. So here in Tennessee, we actually provide community-based services in every single county through our in-home program and through our LifeSet program for our young individuals aging out of custody to help them combat those life changes while also still receiving their therapeutic services in order to help bridge the gap. And then when we're looking at young families and individuals that are not locally with us, we are we're still advocating and boots on the ground to connect in those other states. And so that is one thing that I definitely do love about Youth Villages. We don't leave it in terms of you are here with us and you're going to receive this therapy service, and then we're just going to discharge you. Through our growth as an organization, we have had the ability to have state leaders in various states. And even in states that we currently do not provide direct services, we may have current community partners. And so when we are discharging those young people home, we are being sure to also connect them. So whether it's a Youth Villages community-based service or another in-home service that can provide that intensity that that family needs to be able to support them, we work to bridge that gap prior to. And in bridging that gap, we also work to provide a proper transition, even if that includes us being a part of additional meetings with the incoming agency providing services, just so that we don't lose the momentum. We definitely know that transitions impact family. We know placement changes significantly impact children as well as school changes. And so we try to bridge that gap as much as possible by making sure that we're actively involved at the heels of discharge to the completion of discharge to make sure that that other agency, if they are transitioning from Youth Villages, has everything that they need clinically and behaviorally to service that family. And even sharing, going as far as sharing initial ACEs scores, because families do progress and make progression, but being able to truly provide that initial foundation level of where that family was or that young individual was, to be able to show the growth so that families are not always having to start over again.
I love how holistic that is, and also the continuity of care, like ensuring that there's always support every step of the way. I think that's really crucial, and I appreciate you sharing that.
And I would like to piggyback off of what she said. I think that my program is really similar in that continuation of care. And so we utilize a multidisciplinary team. So our clients get a case manager, a peer, and they have access to psychotherapy. And we utilize a wraparound model. So we go into the homes and we pull in the community, and we really try and understand those social determinants and what's going on, and how we can really create a safe space for our parents to deal with the ACEs that they experienced, and help them understand how their current behavior is impacting their children in the same way. And so I really like everything that Lakeisha said, so I just wanted to piggyback.
I have a story to share also.
Yes, please.
So when we started the ACEs Resilience Initiative in Wake County, our focus was bringing information in, right? And people immediately wanted to know, well, what do we do about it? And we said, well, we don't know. We just learned too. This is a collaborative process. You guys are the ones who know your systems and how they work. You know where the opportunities are. Let's learn together, but it is your job to do part of this process and figure out how do you implement something when we're just learning what the something is. Fast forward, so we were looking at policy and systems change. My organization did not do programming or direct services. We really were more of a, oh, you could even say a train the trainer kind of group. We did policy and systems change work. We got together cross silo organizations, middle management, leadership, and got them to do amazing things where they were part of the problem solvers. They had to own it, implement, know their systems, and it didn't work without the partners. Okay, so fast forward 5 years, the ACEs Resilience Initiative has been merged with what was called the Child Abuse Prevention Plan in Wake County. It is now rebranded together as the Growing Resilience Movement. One of the ways we have been working to make it real is by developing what we call a pilot anchor site. There's a Black Baptist church in southeastern Wake County where there are a lot of health disparities and traditionally a lot of poverty. And this church already has amazing capacity. The pastor's amazing. Everybody is just amazing. And the services they're already providing are incredible. They were not, however, particularly plugged into some of the social services and some of the programs of nonprofits that are already funded that can come in and provide services on site, right? So I was contracting with this group called Safe Child, which is dedicated to preventing and eliminating child abuse, child sexual abuse. And they are the ones who took on the Growing Resilience Initiative. Well, they have a parenting group, and they don't call it a parenting class, and they don't call it a parent support group, right? It's a parenting group. This amazing curriculum, I think it is 10 weeks long, and people go through a really deep process of both being guided and guiding each other. So it's a peer-based support group, right, with professional guidance. There is a woman who completed that course. They offered it at Juniper Level Missionary Baptist Church. I could just cry. And after the first time they offered it, they're starting again, I think later this month. There is a woman who said to the pastor, if I had had this program when I had my first child, I wouldn't have lost her to social services. See, I'm crying. I am crying. So, there are so many services and programs you all are running. You may never have the opportunity to hear that story because somebody won't tell you. They may trust you a little bit, but not well enough to tell you, but they trust the pastor who made the connection. And that's another thing, having having a community base where people already have a trusting relationship with an organization or a community center, a church, whatever that is, that buys you trust. If you can be then brought in to provide a service, you just need to be part of collaborative decision making so that you know that that is in fact the service that somebody can use.
That's a really, I appreciate that perspective. Thank you so much for sharing that. Are there any other thoughts about resources or things that that you might recommend, whether it's for, I know we talked a little bit about food security, and also Jen, some things that you might use or offer in your position to students as they move on, or whatever that might be, if it's maybe in the community resources that you guys are aware of.
Yeah, I think everybody covered everything really, really well. From our perspective, you know, traditionally, like in our area, we really have a great working relationship with the United Way. They've actually been supporting numerous programs within our community. In the greater Knoxville area, that particular United Way is something that an organization that I partner with actually quite a bit. They actually have recently started a position called the Director of Food Security Systems. So they have really tried to integrate within the community, from, you know, housing insecurity to food insecurity to kind of really working with a lot of different community members. So I would say that is one organization in particular. I can't speak for all United Ways, obviously, but the one in our area, in the greater Knoxville area, has really, really, really worked very, very hard to get a lot of grant funding, work with a lot of different community agencies, and really kind of assess what the needs of our community are from, like I said, a lot of different angles, from, you know, for various households, with children, without children, seniors, you know, just a whole bunch of programs, to be quite honest with you. So that is one that I would highly recommend for anyone who's local to Knoxville to get involved with, is the United Way.
Awesome, thank you. So shifting gears a little bit away from resources, but just thinking about the work that you're all doing, can anyone share an experience, a success or a failure in your work with adverse childhood experiences, with working with family in the communities, and how that success or failure, that experience, shaped your approach to serving families and children, like how that has changed or improved, or whatever it may have done to the work you are doing, something that has just moved you or pushed you in a different direction to better serve the populations you work with.
So I can touch on that one. I'm thinking of an experience. We had a family who, they actually did not reach reunification. They signed their rights over to a foster family, and we stay with our client even after that process is completed to offer that additional support. And what we found was really interesting, in that the parents that we were working with did not experience the type of resentment that you would expect in that situation. They were actually able to identify the way that their methods of parenting were interfering with their child's development, and were experiencing the sense of gratitude that there was this family who was willing to maintain an open relationship with the biological family. So they were able to take from that experience that what I was doing was not productive for my child, and here was this great opportunity, and we're going to take that in their interest, and kind of putting that selfish need aside, that like, this is my goal. And that was a really beautiful experience. It was really surprising. So moving forward, I was able to use that in my conversations with my clients, obviously protecting everybody's privacy rights, but just being able to share, like, hey, sometimes what we want is not what's best for everybody involved. So that was a really impactful experience that I had in my program.
That's awesome. That really sort of mirrors this common theme I've been hearing throughout the day, which is this aspect of mutual respect. And I think hearing experiences where that is present, it seems to be that it's really beneficial for everybody involved. What other experiences would you guys like to share that have impacted how you are serving this population?
I would say for me, I mean, there's several, but just listening to Sarah, I thought about a young lady that I worked with actually here recently. I'd actually worked with her for years in different capacities, so through foster care as well as through residential. And just her family's background and the impact of ACEs and their trauma was so significant that the family's rights were terminated. At that time, her family, they were not strong enough to recognize that they did not have the ability to any longer care for her. And then rightfully so, her as a child, these are my parents. How do I maintain that healthy relationship with my parents? Or how do I trust these strangers to tell me that a placement or someone else is better for me than my own family? And nonetheless, she received services with us for years, on and off, just, unfortunately, due to the inability to secure stable placements for her in the community. And over time, we were able to begin bridging the relationship, a healthy relationship with her bio mother. She had some resentment there with her bio mother based on decisions that mom only made the best decision that she could at that time early on. And we began to bridge that gap and just build a bonding relationship. And it did get to the point to where mom recognized that she was better off either in placement or with someone else, as crazy as that may sound. And she recognized it, and she just said that she wanted to do things differently and she wanted to do things better. And the mother and her brother, the child's uncle, they did not have a good relationship. The uncle was definitely a positive role model, but because of the strained relationship with his sister, he treaded very lightly on how involved he would be. And as we just worked with that family, everyone began to respect everyone. And mother came around to allow this uncle to now be a support to his niece. And as a result, she graduated high school this past May, and she is actually off to the University of Memphis this year.
These stories are so great. And I think one of the really important things is how real they are. I mean, I think a lot of the people watching can probably relate to some of these stories in their work with families, with the maternal and child health population. So thank you for sharing. Tyler, I'm wondering if you can share anything about your experiences with helping families, or at least empowering organizations to overcome this some of the issues with food insecurity, and what kind of work you're doing or what experiences maybe you've had that have been impactful, or maybe help that to be easier, or something along those lines.
So we don't work directly with any of the agencies who come to us. We work with Second Harvest Food Bank, and they put us in contact with agencies or partners in need. Some of the success stories we've heard are that the food that we're able to donate and package and give to these partners are allowing them to divert funds to other parts of their centers. So they're not having to worry about buying really expensive food right now. They're able to relocate those dollars to other projects and things like that they have, or other entities within their organization. That is one of the downfalls of our program, is that we're kind of a middle person and we never get to see really the end result. We're pushing so much food through. I think in the past year, it's been about 70,000 pounds of food pushed into the counties with no questions asked really on where it's going or why they need it, but the people are coming constantly to get it. So we know it's going out into the community.
Yeah, I'm sure it's hard not to see it land into people's hands, but as a dietitian, especially somebody who's worked in community nutrition, I know the work you're doing is so important. So I thank you. So important. Okay, so why don't does anybody else have any other experiences you'd like to share, things that have shifted your view?
I just kind of wanted to echo something really quickly that Tyler touched on that made me think of just a quick story. It is related to food insecurity because that is my primary area of focus. But Tyler spoke about Second Harvest, and one of the things that I've really realized in both my role in academia, but also as a chair of the Food Policy Council, is really to talk to community members and make those connections, because I had the opportunity to actually go on a tour of Second Harvest. And one of the things that just struck me, and I translate this to my students all the time, is all of the cans that they had that were going to children had a pop top on it. And I never really realized that. It just never occurred to me that, you know, some children who live in lesser fortunate households don't have a can opener. You know, they don't have a way to actually open a can. So the only cans that will be donated by Second Harvest to children in backpack programs and stuff like that have to have a pop top. So to me, like, I never really thought about that. And it was just something that now I will always think about, like either when I personally donate food or organize food drives or something like that. So a big lesson for me, you know, as someone who primarily is in academia, is not to lose sight of the people on the ground doing the work, and the importance of partnering with, you know, academia with the community is just so important for anyone who's wanting to go into either one of those sectors, because I think we both have something to offer, just maybe in a different way. I just thought that was a really interesting thing that I never thought of until I toured Second Harvest. So
And that
something
jumped out to
yes,
me
yes, please.
also. We have a program in Wake County that I think is much broader called Backpack Buddies. They do the same thing. They send home backpacks of food for children with the intention that there's enough to share with their families, and everything has a pop top if it comes in a can. And I was so struck by that too.
So I think that highlights something that is easy for us to miss sometimes. And that's that a lot of the families that are benefiting from some of this mitigation of ACEs that we've talked about today are in marginalized communities or experience a variety of problems that they're going through. It's not just one thing. There's so many things that we've talked about, just like we were talking about the number of ACEs, not specifically what they are. So what I'm wondering is, how can we make some of these solutions that we're talking about, how do we make them more accessible to those communities? It sounds like it's thinking about these really fine details, like making sure that there's pop tops on the cans, or that the food we might be providing doesn't require refrigeration or running water. Like, what kind of things do you guys consider, or do you want the audience to be aware of when we think about making solutions to ACEs, or ideas of overcoming ACEs to be more accessible to the families that we're supporting?
I would really encourage people to talk with some of those they are wanting to serve, which sounds so simple and can be kind of difficult. You know, we can be worlds apart from somebody else's life experience. And even if we, you know, feel a lot of compassion and think we understand pretty well, that does not mean that the person who we want to answer our questions about how we can help, it doesn't mean that they are not feeling a power dynamic. It doesn't mean they feel comfortable or can feel our good intention. And so a place to go with that, I think, is intermediary organizations where those folks live and congregate and are members. And I'm thinking again of this example of this church. You know, if we had gone to the church and tried to catch a few people coming out of the church and said, hey, what do you guys need? They wouldn't have talked with us. But by talking with the pastor and his staff and some of his leadership, we were able to do a cooperative process that involved them asking their members what they wanted. We put together a survey, but they told us some of the things to put on the survey even, right? And then they did the survey of their members. And then they told us, and then we talked about different examples of things that might or might not fit. When there were things that were on there that we didn't know or we didn't have, well, we asked around and tried to find somebody who did provide that, who
especially if they could provide it for free on site, which sometimes was a yes, sometimes no. But use intermediary organizations and go to where people are.
One of the
Thank
things
you so much.
one of the things I'd suggest is destigmatizing food pantries and things like that from an early age. We donate a lot of food to the university campus, and students are afraid to go and get the food from our food pantry because they're afraid they're taking it from somebody. They're afraid that they're going to be looked down upon, that these food pantries aren't necessarily something that's there for somebody who's poor or in need. It's a resource for the community. And if that's what people will understand, they'll be more encouraged to utilize the resources that are available to them. We donate 10 times more food to the community than we do campus. And our goal is campus is number one, but the students are afraid to go to there because they think a food pantry is only for somebody who's in need or for something else. So if there's ways that you guys are able to talk to the families and the kids and let them know that it's a resource, not someplace that you just have to go when you're poor or distressed or something, would be pretty helpful.
Can I chime in right behind Tyler on that? As Tyler was speaking, that's one thing that I was thinking about in working with these children and families. At some point, many of them have experienced others not being as receptive, and those that have been identified to assist, whether it's through food pantry, whether it's through job resources, therapeutic services, we have to acknowledge that they may have been shown upon and treated differently. And so I do like that Tyler did bring that home in terms of when we're working with these individuals and these families, definitely sharing it as a resource, and that it's not anything that they have to own or take on that extra burden of, I have to be in dire need. And I think sometimes that's where we lose some of the momentum. And I'm saying we being individuals that work in this capacity to provide services directly or indirectly for this population of people, is that the language of it, the perception of it, and by the time they are encountering someone like us, it may have been their first positive experience. So just being very intentional about what that looks like for them and truly explaining to them that, it is a resource, and that they shouldn't be ashamed, and how they can, just really lie in the fact of knowing there are resources out there for me.
And I was going to follow up on something that Sarah had said previously, in that our approach to treatment is very much our clients are the experts on their own life. And so we ask them, what are the barriers that you experience? What do you need to overcome them? And how can we help you? And we kind of follow this model of do for, do with, cheer on. So it's a 6 to 12 month program, and we'll spend a lot of that time doing things for them, like referrals to food pantries or to different community resources in that way. And then we teach them how to do it themselves. And it's really interesting because they then hand that same mentality down to their kids of, hey, I'll show you how I do it, and then you can go out and do it. So we work on a very micro level, but that is our approach, and it's been really effective.
That's awesome. Is there anything else that anybody else would like to add about making these strategies or solutions or whatever it is more accessible? Any other thoughts? Okay, so I'm going to shift gears a little bit, but it kind of goes on what we were just talking about. I'm wondering if we can continue on this conversation about language, and as we serve the populations that we work with, what language do you think is critical for viewers to know about? I know that obviously we talk about ACEs and what that means, but is there any other language? And I'll touch on a couple of words after I hear from you guys that I'd like to cover, but is there any language that you guys think is crucial for people to understand?
Well, with
I know
food,
go ahead.
with food insecurity, we make it an effort to say it's not a leftover. It's not something that's left over that somebody didn't want. It's something that's recovered. It's something that's reclaimed. We try to make sure that in everything that we speak about, we don't use the word leftover with it, that it's recovered, reclaimed, because a person's vision of a leftover is something that came off somebody's plate, something that nobody wanted. So we try to make sure that we use recovered and reclaimed when we do stuff.
That's excellent. Thank you. I think that's really important. What else? Can you guys think of any other language that is crucial for people to understand as they work with people experiencing or recovering from ACEs? Anything you think in your job is language you use commonly that everybody else might not be aware of? I see you all thinking so hard, so I'm going to give an example. One thing that I think we've heard today, and I think you've probably heard if you've been working with ACEs for a while, is there's a bit of controversy around the term resilient. So I'm wondering if you guys can touch on why that might be a controversial topic, or why that use of that language might be controversial, and what your thoughts are, maybe how people can work through some of those thoughts and feelings.
I mean, I think I can see, and I can tell that Sarah and I we're always ready to jump in at the same time. She must be my soul sister. But I think, and this is just my own personal opinion or hunch, just working with a variety of children and families of all capacities, I think is the lack of understanding and education behind it. And what I mean by that is, for so many times, even we as professionals may have heard the term used in a negative connotation, and linking it maybe to the most significant trauma or the most significant ACEs experience that was probably the worst for them. And we often will definitely say, oh my gosh, that young person was so resilient. Like, that mom was so resilient. And we're proud and we're saying it, but we're also saying it in front of this mom or this young person, not really knowing if they really understand like what it looks like. And so in my experience, primarily working with families, it's the lack of really explaining what resiliency looks like and what resiliency really means. And because we are proud of the strides that these families make, we go to our meetings and we go amongst our customers and we're talking, but we're sometimes forgetting to meet the additional people that are at the table with us, which are our families that may not be as familiar. I also think that some of the negative connotation that comes with using resilient or saying that someone displays great resiliency also comes from how they have labels or identified their ACEs experience. Oftentimes, we have to look at the language that we use in talking about the whole scenario. So not necessarily just the one word, but what is our presentation and our language of saying or presenting that a family overcame a significant ACEs or a family overcame a significant trauma experience. And so I think sometimes it's the presentation of it and the language before and after. So not necessarily just that one word, but the language before and after of how we present it. Or, even just, I'm thinking in the capacity of you see negative behaviors displayed in children that have combated a lot of ACEs. Well, naturally, we say it's negative behavior, but the reality of it is it's not negative behavior. It is learned behavior from their experience. And so it's just the language that we use all around all of the components of ACEs and trauma, and not just the one word.
I also think there could be kind of the flip side of the intention, a little bit of the idea that it is the individual's job to be or become resilient. And you can very easily flip that into your head to, I'm not resilient, or I haven't become resilient, or I'm failing at resilience, right? I think we really, really want to keep focusing on policy and systems change and what do we do to support resilience in individuals, as opposed to have an expectation that individuals be resilient, which is hard because we talk a lot about individual behaviors that can lead to resilience. But I think we want to keep in mind the policies and systems and how to support people.
And I was going to share an experience that I actually had with one of my clients surrounding the concept of resilience. And we were discussing some of their ACEs and some of the experiences that they had earlier in life. And their comment to me was, yeah, I was resilient, but I didn't want to be. Like, I did not want to be faced with this opportunity to have to become resilient. And I think, too, that from that interaction with that client, I kind of learned that the word resilience, or to say you're so strong, in these different kind of languages that we use, it almost suggests a sort of finality, like the experience is over, you were resilient, here we are. And we forget that those experiences are so impactful and so heavy for them that just because they were able to overcome it doesn't mean that they are experiencing internal resolution. And we have to allow them that safe space to talk about those experiences in an environment that they don't have to be strong, right? They don't have to be resilient. They can just be. They can experience that full range of emotions without having to say, but I overcame it. And just everything before the but is what we focus on.
I think that's so important that you pointed out that it's more a perception of yourself that somebody might have, versus it's not necessarily something we want to project onto somebody else and tell them that they're resilient when they might not be internalizing that feeling themselves. I think that was a really good point. Jen, do you have anything that you'd like to contribute?
I think people who spoke before me kind of said it all, to be honest with you. Particularly, like I had mentioned in the beginning, I primarily do, my work involves a lot of LGBTQ individuals. And when you actually said that word, I think that's really interesting, because when I was doing some qualitative work, we said, wow, they're so resilient, right? And now thinking through it, I'm like, especially what Sarah was saying, like, we're kind of conferring that onto somebody. So, it almost seems like sometimes people will take that and they'll say, but what if I can't be strong right now? What if I can't do this? I'm supposed to be this, that, or the other, all the labels that we're kind of placing on it. So again, I think we have to just be really cautious, with labels that we place on individuals and other people. We're not talking about ourselves, we're conferring that to somebody else, and we don't really know what's going on internally. I tell my students all the time, you can't measure understanding, right? So we can't know what that person is really going through. So I think sometimes that can be a little bit dangerous to confer, oh, you're so strong, you're so resilient, when we don't actually know what's going on inside their own selves.
Yeah, exactly. And another question that kind of ties into this, thinking about language and how we talk about things, maybe you guys can help the audience kind of see how resiliency, this idea of overcoming, actually can be connected to trauma or adverse childhood experiences. Can we connect those two a little bit better for viewers? How resiliency and adverse childhood experiences and traumas, how those things are all related.
So I do want to touch on that, because it is an experience that I've had with many of my clients, where because they have been given this narrative that they are resilient and they feel like they have to honor it, or like it's something to live up to, they minimize their experiences. And I've noticed in those conversations, when we're talking about a really difficult experience, they'll explain what they felt and they follow up, but I did this, or whatever it looks like. And they're not really allowing themselves to honor the weight of that experience and being able to say, this really affected me. I think they feel an obligation almost to maintain that resilient demeanor, even in those therapeutic environments. And so really, it robs them of the ability to process those emotions and, like I had said previously, not have to be strong through them, and the ones that are going to come moving forward, so that they can develop the skills needed to learn how to address those feelings and those emotions in the moment and not necessarily try to repress them.
I'm just having a thought that we are all such vulnerable human beings, right? This stuff is so personal. It's so personal. And the power dynamic of being with any provider and building a relationship. And then also, what mood are you in that moment? Are you feeling strong? And maybe you want to focus on the strength base of here's what I accomplished. Or are you feeling weak and you're not comfortable going there with someone in that moment, right? I mean, we don't know that. We just don't know. So I love, Sarah, the approach that you're taking of being being present and, you know, being aware that it's a both and.
Just to add just one other thing, kind of going back to what Tyler was saying about people not feeling like they should be using food pantries and things of that nature. In a lot of my work with, again, kind of this particular study was with trans population, and it was a lot of the same mentality. It was, you know, I've kind of overcome all of this different trauma in my life, this stigma, this discrimination, sometimes being ostracized from families and peers and everything, but yet they still were like, but this is for other people. You know, I've gotten through it. I don't need any of this help. So I think sometimes that connotation can also directly impact people using these social services. We see that with, you know, the use of federal food assistance, SNAP, WIC, and again, as Tyler mentioned, food pantries. So I think that can also be dangerous in the connotation of, you know, I've overcome this, so I don't need the help, even if they actually do.
That's all super helpful. So with that in mind, we've looked at how resilience, the language we use, how this impacts trauma, adverse childhood experiences, how these things are all connected. So with that, I just want to step back and see if there's any other language, now that we've talked about this, that you think is important for people to know. And maybe we covered it all, but I just want to give a second to any other language that you think viewers need to know as they're supporting families who are experiencing or have experienced ACEs.
I think that previously Tyler made a really great point that a lot of it surrounds stigma, right? So there are these different words in the behavioral health field that carry stigma. The population that I work with, it's when people use terms like somebody is schizophrenic versus they have schizophrenia, right? So like it's those kinds of things that we have to be really mindful in what we're communicating when we say something. I was taught in that particular instance that we want to say that somebody may have an illness, but we don't want that to be the person. So I think just being really, really mindful of, and I too kind of listen to how my clients describe it for themselves so that I can follow their lead. I don't want to put any language into their narrative that they don't want there. So I'll kind of hear what they're saying and then we'll talk about it. Like, oh, that was a really interesting choice of words. Why did you choose it? And understanding from their perspective what language makes them uncomfortable and what doesn't, and then being able to apply that in the work that I do moving forward with other families.
That's awesome. And I think that piggybacks on what Sarah said earlier about using motivational interviewing. And then again, this common theme of respect. So I think when we're working with these different populations, these different experiences, respect is undeniably important. There's a question from one of our viewers that says, can you speak about how to handle continuous trauma? So an example like weathering due to systemic racism or classism, or some of these things that maybe like a continuous trauma that people might not be able to step away from, like they might be able to step away from other experiences. So I don't know, I'm thinking maybe Jen or Lakeisha, you might have thoughts on something that's more sustained versus some of like maybe food insecurity is something that we might be able to help with in one time period, but being a member of the LGBTQ community or racism or something like that, that some of the people you guys work with are experiencing that doesn't really go away.
And when you asked that question, I was thinking, to hear you say it, it's so loaded. So I can only in that moment just think about, I never thought about it in that capacity, but I do know that this is what my current or even my previous clients have dealt with or still dealing with. And so I would say one thing definitely is connecting them. And so one thing that we try to do, so I know I spoke earlier about how we try to connect with wraparound services or ongoing continued services addressing the family needs. But when you are working with a particular population that has an additional trauma or even ACEs attached to them that has impacted them, not necessarily them, but of course society as a whole looks at it as a negative connotation, you want to be sure to also connect them to ongoing supports. And I have worked with a lot of young individuals that have identified themselves as transgender, and transitioning back into public school setting was very, very difficult. So some of the things that we did in that capacity was being very, very intentional about that community they were returning to. What were the resources there? Even doing a little bit more, we had to put it on ourselves, do a little bit more research of what is it like at this school? What does that look like? And I even think about a young person that I also have worked with this year. On top of her ACEs and her trauma, linking it to food insecurity, she did have a eating disorder. And so for years, she had not received the appropriate therapeutic treatment that she needed because her eating disorder needs to be addressed. However, her eating disorder cannot be addressed due to her behavior. And we were one of the first placements to actually accept her. And we had to challenge ourselves to provide those services for her externally. But upon her transition out, we were very intentional about connecting her with the resources that she needed therapeutically, physically, as well as emotionally with transitioning, because although she had had this eating disorder for several years, it wasn't new, but she was transitioning to a phase of her life where she was just on the brink of getting control, what she described as control of understanding what was going on with her. And she was going to be going back to a community that she had not lived in for several years as well. And so we recognized that, no, that may not be something that she's going to deal with for the rest of her life, but in the immediate, that is going to be something she's going to deal with for the next couple of years, because we were only on the cusp of being able to provide those services. And so we were very intentional about connecting her with a support group there as well. We worked very, very diligently. And so I would say, outside of the direct needs of those individuals, regardless of what it may be, being intentional about finding that support group or that outlet in their area outside of meeting their actual needs, that they'll be able to hone in on and have direct support there as well in that social environment.
And I want to add on to that. I think that that's a really, really great point. And I'm thinking of these experiences and barriers that people experience, like eating disorders, like substance use disorders, things like that, that we know will persist throughout this person's life. It's not an episode of treatment and then it's done. And I have a really unique perception of this being a peer. I have lived experience and I have a model that I follow to maintain my own recovery. And I think it's really important to make sure that our clients know that there are safe spaces like that. There are 12-step programs, there are support groups, things like that, that while this problem persists, you don't have to tackle it alone. And when the day comes that you don't know the answer, somebody sitting next to you in the room might know it, even if there are no professionals in your life. So I think that just understanding what those lifelong battles look like and knowing that there are going to be periods that they struggle and there are going to be periods that they thrive, and all of those things are okay. And really just offering that added support for those people.
Any other thoughts on these sustained long-term, not necessarily traumas in and of themselves, but these experiences or these identities or whatever it may be that may contribute to feelings of long-term trauma, or any thoughts?
I guess I would just echo a lot with what Lakeisha said. And I do feel like sometimes, you know, I don't want, this is a horrible analogy, but it's the only thing I can think of with a couple minutes left. It's kind of like we have to know when to stay in our lane too, right? So there are going to be these systemic issues or feelings that you might not be capable of handling, right? So I think it is important to connect with the community to allow them to find resources within those areas in which they live that can be supportive to them. We see this within the trans community, especially here in the South. You know, there aren't a lot of resources for people. It's getting better, but in general, there's not a lot of resources. So trying to really do kind of the due diligence and doing, you know, making sure you're not harming, but helping. And I think part of the way in which we can do that is sometimes we can also say, you know, I don't know that I'm the best qualified for this, but here are some resources in which you can seek out, in which you can talk to find peers, to find space that is essentially going to hopefully help you kind of overcome some of these things from the perspective of someone else who maybe has the same or similar lived experiences.
And I'll say we're going for long-term culture change, right? Like we can't fix it in a moment. We're going for the long term. And, you know, in Wake County, it took us 5 years, but we engaged 16,000 people, some with education and some with actual training. That's 1.5% of the population. There's a Harvard PhD who's done a bunch of research who says it takes 3% of a population to change the culture and to overthrow a government. For the revolution, right? Like I'm not about overthrowing the government, but I want the peaceful revolution. And I feel that we are on our way to that together.
I just want to thank you all for being here. Each and every one of you is doing such important work. And I just want to sort of identify a couple of themes that I heard today that I think are crucial as we move forward and as our viewers move forward in supporting families that are experiencing or recovering from ACEs. And the biggest thing that I heard is community, whether that's that the individual and the families experiencing ACEs need community, and that overcoming these things, community support, respect, all of these things are crucial, but not just that we're ensuring they have community, but we're recognizing that us as the helper, we might not be the perfect helper for that person. So recognizing that we need a community of support people that we can refer to ensure the families we're serving have the resources and support they need. So it's community, but there's a lot of different meanings to what that is. And I think a big part of community and what makes community effective and what makes supporting others effective is respect. And I think that is hands down one of the key things I heard today was that when we support people, when we make referrals, whatever it is that we might be doing, even if it's accessing services, respect is crucial, no matter where you fall on the spectrum. So I thank you all so much for your time. I'm going to turn it over to Candace. She's going to give us a recap and sort of remind us what we can do going forward. But thank you all for the work you're doing. It's invaluable. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Emily, and thank you to the entire panel. On behalf of the University of Tennessee MCH team, I'd like to thank all of our speakers and panelists from today for volunteering their time and sharing their knowledge with us. And I also like to thank all of the attendees today. We appreciate the sacrifices you made to be here and learn alongside us. So I hope that each of you got as much out of this colloquium as I did. Adverse childhood experiences, that's an issue that affects the maternal and child population at every level of the socio-ecological system. So often in the public health field, we design interventions, we implement programs, draft policies, and provide care, but it's often focused at alleviating and treating symptoms. And today we really wanted to deep dive into the root issues and the systems that uphold those issues. So not only did we learn about adverse childhood experiences, we learned how they impact short and long-term health outcomes and how marginalized communities are much more likely to be impacted by them. We also have learned about ways to mitigate the effects of ACEs, as well as strategies to prevent them. And we learned some solutions, like in the solutions and strategies mentioned, we have to acknowledge that they're not equitably available to everyone, especially BIPOC and individuals and communities from historically marginalized backgrounds. So today, what I want to end this colloquium with doing is to challenge us to move from that space of knowledge to a space of action. So I just encourage and challenge everyone today to try to identify at least one way you'll help decrease the prevalence of ACEs in your community. And another way, you'll personally develop a protective experience or a protective factor that can build resilience or that can mitigate the effects of ACEs. So again, thank you for being here. This session, this colloquium was recorded, and we'll send out the recording in 2 weeks, and we will be providing continuing educations for anyone who completes the end of the conference survey. If you have any questions, feel free to email us at utphn@utk.edu, and I'll drop that in the chat also.